3 years, which includes enhanced enrollment of girl cadets from the existing 40%, have been sanctioned with an aim to align NCC for contributing towards the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. From scaling the heights peaks to serving at the grassroots, NCC cadets exemplify the motto of unity and discipline, Ekta or Anushasan. The future demands civilizational Atmanirbharta, that is, self-reliance in thought, technology, innovation, and character. That is why initiatives like Army cells in IITs, technology clusters, and the Indian Army Internship Program 2025 as well as 26 are so important. We invite the youth to actively participate in national security, innovation, and development initiatives. Dear cadets, the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, a developed, secure, self-reliant India will not be achieved by the government alone. It will be achieved by young leaders, NCC cadets, innovators, teachers, engineers, doctors, soldiers, and responsible citizens like you. So let's rise with confidence, march with discipline, innovate with integrity, and serve with India, and be the future leaders we are looking for. Together we shall build a strong, self-reliant, united, and developed India. Dhanyavad, Jai Hind.
May I
General Upendra Dwivedi speaking on the modernization of the Indian Army. This is an address in New Delhi. All right, viewers, we are right now taking a short break now. Viewers, coming up ahead, the big story from Kolkata, where it is ED versus Mamata Banerjee. The Kolkata High Court is to hear petitions related to ED's raids on the premises of IPAC today. All the details on that and much more coming up after a short break.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near...
Hello viewers, a very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Let's see what the top stories we're tracking right now. Viewers, top headlines. Calcutta High Court to hear petitions related to ED's raids on premises of IPAC today.
We don't want to see people killed, and we want to see a little bit of freedom for these people. These people have been living in hell for a long time.
United States backs Iran protesters. Trump says help is on the way. Multiple Pakistan drones spotted in Jammu. Sources say Indian army to lodge protests with Islamabad after repeated drone intrusion attempts. Racist attack on Assamese student in Madhya Pradesh. Complaint letter highlights torture and victim who is currently in serious condition. And Defence Ministry is said to discuss 3.25 lakh crore 114 Rafale fighter jet deal this week. And viewers, Prime Minister Modi has extended his warmest greetings to citizens on the joyous occasion of Magh Bihu, Pongal and Sankranti. In his messages, he highlights the significance of these festivals, which are deeply rooted in Indian culture and traditions. Magh Bihu, celebrated in Assam, marks the completion of the harvest season, emphasizes the contentment, the gratitude and appreciation for hard-working farmers. Pongal, a Tamil festival, symbolizes the connection between human labor and nature, showcasing the richness of the Tamil traditions. And Sankranti, celebrated across the country, represents new beginnings, hope and positivity, encouraging gratitude and togetherness. The Prime Minister wishes everyone peace, good health, happiness, prosperity and success, viewers, emphasizing the importance of these festivals in strengthening societal bonds. So, a message coming in, PM Modi penning a letter to the people of India as everyone celebrates Bihu, Sankranti and other major festivals in the national capital. Getting some breaking news coming in, viewers. Fire has broken out at BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad's residence. This is a new development that we're tracking on Republic TV. Let's take you through some of the top updates that we're getting for you right now. What we see is breaking news coming in from the national capital. Fire breaks out in BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad's house early morning at 8:05 a.m. 3 fire trucks rushed to the spot and the blaze was brought under control. Fire tenders and Delhi police forensic team are at the spot after a fire broke out at BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad's residence. We're waiting. This is a breaking news development, so we're still waiting for more information on what the current status is of this story, viewers. So the further details are awaited. The incident took place when the BJP MP was in Patna. So big update coming in, viewers on Republic TV. The BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad was not at home when this incident has taken place, and we see a current latest update coming in. The fire broke out at the official residence of BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad, and this is at the Mother Teresa Crescent Mark. This is what we are learning of. No casualties so far. It's a developing news story, and we also see that many fire tenders had, as you can see in these visuals, the fire tenders. A lot of fire tenders were rushed to the spot, and the blaze was brought under control by 8:35 a.m. No one has been injured so far in this residence. The cause of the fire is still unknown. It's still yet to be ascertained at what really caused that fire at the residence of Ravi Shankar Prasad, BJP MP's residence. Fire tenders, forensic teams have reached the spot. Okay, we are being joined by Ganesh. Ganesh is joining us live. Ganesh, अभी क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पे? Has the fire been put out? Ganesh, latest updates क्या हैं?
देखिए, इस समय मैं बीजेपी के जो सांसद है और पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री रविशंकर के आवास पर मौजूद हूँ। यहाँ पर सुबह करीबन 8:05 पर दमकल विभाग को आग की कॉल मिलती है। दमकल विभाग के तमाम जो कर्मचारी हैं और आला अधिकारी वो घटनास्थल पर पहुंचते हैं। करीबन आधे घंटे की मशक्कत के बाद इस आग पर काबू पा लिया जाता है। मैं अपने विजय से कहूँगा जरा एक बार दिखा दें किस तरीके से। और कहा जाता है जो दमकल विभाग को जो फोन कॉल किया गया उसमें कहा गया कि एक रूम में एक बेड पर इस तरीके से आग की घटना की कॉल गई और करीबन आधे घंटे का मशक्कत किया गया, आग पर काबू पा लिया गया। लेकिन जो इसमें गनीमत की बात रही, इस घटना में किसी भी तरीके से जान मान की हानि नहीं हुई। लेकिन फिलहाल अब इस मामले को लेकर पूरी तरीके से तफ्तीश की जा रही है कि किस प्रकार की आग थी, कैसे आग लगी, क्या ये आग शॉर्ट सर्किट से लगी है, किस कारण से आग लगी, क्योंकि हाई प्रोफाइल मामला है। पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री है और सुरक्षा प्राप्त मंत्री सांसद है। तमाम इस तरीके से जो घटना है, कोई किसी भी तरीके से जो एजेंसी है, चाहे जांच एजेंसीज हो या दमकल विभाग के लोग हैं, कोई भी कोताही नहीं बरत रहे। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह रही कि कॉल मिलते ही जो जांच एजेंसी या दमकल विभाग की टीम थी वो घटनास्थल पर यहां पर आग को काबू पाने के लिए तुरंत यहां पर पहुंच गई थी। जी,
अभी जो आग लगी थी इसका कारण पता चला है अभी तक, गणेश?
देखिए, अभी आग लगने के कारण नहीं पता चल पाई, लेकिन हो सकता है कि आग शॉर्ट सर्किट से लगा हो, क्योंकि सर्दी का मौसम हो सकता है कि हीटर जलाने की घटना से आग लगी हो। लेकिन दमकल विभाग और जांच एजेंसी इस पूरे मामले को तफ्तीश कर रहे हैं कि आग किस घटना से लगी। और आग की घटना बताया जा रहा है कि एक रूम में एक बेड पर, ये जो दमकल विभाग को कॉल गई थी, दमकल विभाग के अधिकारियों को इस तरीके से बताया गया कि एक रूम में एक बेड पर कॉल लगी थी, आग लगने की घटना सामने आई है। जी,
all right, well, thank you, Ganesh, for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you as we keep getting more updates on this story. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we are tracking on Republic TV. Some breaking news is coming in from Thailand. A train traveling from Bangkok to the country's northeast was derailed on Wednesday after a construction crane had fallen on top of one of its carriages, killing at least 12 people and injuring at least 30. Incident took place on Wednesday morning in the Sikhio district of Nakhon Ratchasima province, 230 kilometers northeast of Bangkok, on a train bound for Ubon Ratchathani province. Now, local police say a crane working on a high-speed rail project collapsed and hit the passing train, causing it to derail and briefly catch fire. Now, the fire has been extinguished, viewers, and the rescue work is now underway. The police have said this. So let's tell you these pictures, more about these pictures which are coming in, viewers, and to see exactly what is happening. A crane has fallen on a train. A lot of damage. Shivam is joining us live from our Republic newsroom. Shivam, a lot of damage can be seen there. Looks like a very serious incident which has occurred. If you could help our viewers understand what the latest is, coming in this global story.
Shivangi, the sad part here is that the death toll might rise as per the police sources. The police is saying that the death toll might rise because there was a crane collapse in Thailand on Wednesday, which also caused a train derailment. Now, the latest figures that we have right now is of 12 deaths, but this figure might rise because rescue operations are still undergoing. More than 22 people, they are saying the death toll could rise to almost 22 people. Meanwhile, the rescue operations are on. Now, according to the Transport Minister, there were 195 passengers who were on board on that train, and the authorities are working on to identify those who died in this incident, the deceased. All right. Also, the accident occurred in Wednesday morning in Sikhoi district, which is the Nakhon Ratchasima province, which was around 230 kilometers northeast of Bangkok, and this was a passenger train which was traveling between Bangkok to Ubon Ratchathani province. Now, the death toll might increase, but the latest that we are getting right now at this moment is around 12 people have been confirmed killed in this train derailment because of a crane that fell on the train and which was traveling from Bangkok to Ubon Ratchathani province in northeast Thailand. The death toll might rise. The accident took place around 9 a.m. on Wednesday, 2 a.m. GMT on Wednesday in the Sikhoi district of Nakhon Ratchasima province, which is 230 kilometers northeast of Bangkok. The crane was working on a high-speed, the latest information that we are getting, was working on a high-speed rail project before it collapsed on the train and struck a moving train car. So you can just imagine what unfolded there in Bangkok and caused the train to derail and briefly also catch fire. So there was a crane fell on the train derailed, and it also caught fire. So the sad part here is the police is working on more details. They're trying to identify the deceased, but the death toll might rise from 12 to almost 22. We are fetching in more details. This is a developing story that we are getting, and rescuers have retrieved around 12 bodies as of now, and they're trying to ascertain the identities of them. Another maybe more people might get affected. Shivangi,
what you're saying is that the death toll might go up, and because we're just getting a statement from the Transport Minister, Mr. P. Fat, who has said that 195 passengers were on board, Shivam.
நன்றியின் அளவு உறவின் அழகு மண்ணின் மனம் பண்பாட்டின் வண்ணம் பொங்கல் பண்டிகையை நம்மோடு இணைந்து கொண்டாடுவதற்காக நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் இன்னும் சில நிமிடங்களில் விழா நிகழ்விடத்திற்கு வருகை தர இருக்கின்றார்கள் என்பதை மகிழ்ச்சியுடன் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். நம்முடைய மாண்புமிகு பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் இன்றைய நிகழ்விடத்திற்கு வருகை தரும்போது பத்மஸ்ரீ விருது பெற்ற கலைஞர்கள் பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் இன்றைய நிகழ்விடத்திற்கு வருகை தரும்போது பத்மஸ்ரீ விருது பெற்ற கலைஞர்கள் நாதஸ்வரம் இசையிட்டும் கொண்டாடுவதில்லை. தமிழர்கள் வாழக்கூடிய அனைத்து பகுதிகளிலும் இருக்கக்கூடிய நாடும் உலகமே இந்த பொங்கல் பண்டிகையை மிக சிறப்பாக கொண்டாடுகிறது. உழைப்பின் மேன்மை, இயற்கையின் பெருமை, நன்றியின் அளவு, உறவின் அழகு, மண்ணின் மனம், பண்பாட்டின் வண்ணம். பொங்கல் பண்டிகையை நம்மோடு இணைந்து கொண்டாடுவதற்காக நம்முடைய
Live pictures coming in. Prime Minister Modi is attending the Pongal celebration as a residence of the Union Minister L. Murugan in the national capital. Getting live pictures from New Delhi. A short while back, Prime Minister Modi had extended greetings on the occasion of Makar Sankranti, praying for the happiness, the prosperity and excellent health of everyone, of all citizens. And he had just put a post out a short while back on the social media platform X, saying that the sacred occasion of Sankranti is celebrated in various parts of the country according to local customs and traditions. I pray to Lord Surya for everyone's happiness, prosperity and excellent health. May the sun god proceed to the heavens. The Lord Sun is in Capricorn. And this is the post that he had put up, and now we can see that Prime Minister Modi is attending the Pongal celebrations at the residence of Union Minister L. Murugan.
And this is a momentous celebrations which carries a meaning far beyond the ceremony. It sends a powerful message its cultural
All right, pictures coming in. PM Modi attending Pongal at L. Murugan's residence in Delhi. I'm being joined by our executive editor, Niranjan, who's joining us. Niranjan, we see that PM Modi attending the Pongal celebrations in Delhi, extending greetings and Makar Sankranti wishes. President Murmu and Home Minister Amit Shah also marked the harvest festivals. Niranjan.
Well, yes, the Prime Minister, this is significant also because, every year he gives his wishes. This year he's at Union Minister L. Murugan's residence. And as we speak, the Prime Minister celebrating Pongal in different parts of the country, different festivals. It's Makara Sankranti in Karnataka. So, Bihu in Assam. And he's basically celebrating the joy of harvest, traditions, togetherness on Pongal. And this is Union Minister L. Murugan. You're seeing different leaders as well from the state of Tamil Nadu there. I just happened to see that there was a former Governor Tamilisai Soundarajan as well. So this is he's marking Pongal, which is the festival of harvest in the state of Tamil Nadu. And it's also important because Tamil Nadu is an election-bound state. It goes to polls in a few months from now. And the Prime Minister, of course, ahead of the elections, will also begin campaigning in Tamil Nadu. But he's also extended his greetings earlier today, wishing the people of not just Tamil Nadu, but the entire India in different parts of the country. It goes by different names, but it signifies the festival of harvest, marks a new beginning. And he reached the residence of L. Murugan about 10-15 minutes ago. And in a short while from now, we are looking forward to the Prime Minister also perhaps making an address. We're not really sure whether he will speak, but there are you can hear a commentary in the background as well. Seems like it is being broadcast in different languages in different parts of the country. Pongal is a festival of harvest. Brings together the spirit of togetherness. L. Murugan is a minister from Tamil Nadu. He's also Minister of State. And we are hearing that, in a related development, not related to Pongal, but we are hearing that some leaders from Tamil Nadu are in the national capital today. I just saw pictures of Union Minister for Civil Aviation, also Ram Mohan Naidu at the festivities, because, across the country, Pongal is being celebrated today. It goes by different names, like I said, in different parts of the country. In Karnataka, it is called Makara Sankranti. In Assam, Bihu is being celebrated. And these are the pictures coming in. The Prime Minister, Pongal is also, you can see that in the earthen pot, they are cooking Pongal, which is a way of marking the festival of harvest. The Prime Minister greeting the people who have reached, more and more leaders, BJP leaders coming up on stage. That's Kishan Reddy, that's Ram Mohan Naidu, the Union Civil Aviation Minister. So these are leaders who are from the south, from some part of the country. L. Murugan there also coming in up on stage to greet the Prime Minister. That's a painting being presented to him. That's a Tanjore painting. What do you call a Tanjavur painting being presented to the Prime Minister, gold-plated. That's the hallmark painting from Tamil Nadu, very popular across the world. It is a symbol of the culture and heritage of Tamil Nadu, an art form. So the Prime Minister is there on stage. I think there is likely to be a speech, perhaps, given the arrangements that are being made there. There is a stage that is set up. And on stage, the Prime Minister is present, being greeted by the different leaders and many family members as well of the leaders. I'm seeing V. Somanna. V. Somanna is a minister from Karnataka. He's a BJP MP and also a Union Minister of State, Junior Minister.
Vanakkam. Iniya Pongal. Narvattakala. आज पोंगल एक ग्लोबल फेस्टिवल बन चुका है। दुनिया भर में तमिल समुदाय और तमिल संस्कृति से प्रेम करने वाले लोग इसे उत्साह के साथ मनाते हैं। उसमें मैं भी एक हूं। इस विशेष पर्व को आप सभी के साथ मनाना मेरे लिए सौभाग्य की बात है। हमारे तमिल जीवन में पोंगल एक सुखद अनुभूति की तरह है। इसमें अन्नदाता की मेहनत, धरती और सूर्य के प्रति आभार का भाव है। साथ ही ये पर्व हमें प्रकृति, परिवार और समाज में संतुलन बनाने का रास्ता दिखाता है। इस समय देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में लोहड़ी, मकर संक्रांति, माघ बिहू और अन्य त्योहारों की भी उमंग है। मैं भारत और दुनिया भर में रहने वाले सभी तमिल भाई बहनों को पोंगल की और सभी पर्वों की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, वैसे मेरे लिए ये भी बहुत सुखद रहा है कि पिछले वर्ष मुझे तमिल संस्कृति से जुड़े कई कार्यक्रमों में शामिल होने का अवसर मिला। मैंने तमिलनाडु में 1000 साल पुराने गंगईकोंडा चोलापुरम मंदिर में पूजा की। वाराणसी में काशी तमिल संगमम के दौरान सांस्कृतिक एकता की ऊर्जा को पल पल उसके साथ जहां भी रहा मैं जुड़ा रहा, मैंने उसे महसूस किया। जब मैं पंबन ब्रिज के लोकार्पण के लिए रामेश्वरम गया था तो तमिल इतिहास की महानता का फिर एक बार साक्षी बना था। हमारी तमिल संस्कृति पूरे भारत की साझी विरासत है। इतना ही नहीं, पूरी मानवता की ये साझी विरासत है। मैं एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की जिस भावना की बात करता हूं, उसे पोंगल जैसे पर्व और सशक्त बनाते हैं। साथियों, दुनिया की लगभग सभी सभ्यताओं में फसलों से जुड़ा कोई न कोई उत्सव मनाया जाता है। तमिल संस्कृति में किसान को जीवन का आधार माना गया है। तिरुकुरल में कृषि और किसानों पर विस्तार से लिखा गया है। हमारे किसान राष्ट्र निर्माण के मजबूत साथी है। उनके प्रयासों से आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को बहुत मजबूती मिल रही है। केंद्र सरकार भी किसानों को सशक्त बनाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध होकर लगातार काम कर रही है। साथियों, पोंगल का त्योहार हमें प्रेरित करता है कि प्रकृति के प्रति आभार केवल शब्दों तक सीमित न रहे, उसे हम जीवन शैली का हिस्सा बनाएं। जब ये धरती हमें इतना कुछ देती है, उसे संजोने का दायित्व भी हमारा है। अगली पीढ़ी के लिए मिट्टी को स्वस्थ रखना, पानी को बचाना और संसाधनों का संतुलित उपयोग करना सबसे जरूरी है। मिशन लाइफ, एक पेड़ मां के नाम, अमृत सरोवर जैसे हमारा अभियान इसी भावना को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। हम खेती को अधिक सस्टेनेबल और पर्यावरण के अनुकूल बनाने के लिए निरंतर काम कर रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में सस्टेनेबल खेती के तरीके, वाटर मैनेजमेंट, मैं तो लगातार कहता रहा हूं, पर ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप, नेचुरल फार्मिंग, एग्रीटेक और वैल्यू एडिशन की भूमिका बेहद महत्वपूर्ण है। इन सभी क्षेत्रों में हमारे युवा नई सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। कुछ ही महीने पहले मैं तमिलनाडु में नेचुरल फार्मिंग से जुड़े एक सम्मेलन में शामिल हुआ था, जहां मैंने देखा कि हमारे तमिल युवा कितना बेहतरीन काम कर रहे हैं। यानी प्रोफेशनल लाइफ की बड़ी बड़ी चीजें छोड़ करके वो खेत में काम कर रहे हुए मुझे मिले। मैं खेती से जुड़े अपने युवा तमिल मित्रों से आग्रह करता हूं कि वे सस्टेनेबल खेती में क्रांति लाने के इस अभियान का और विस्तार करें। हमारा लक्ष्य ये होना चाहिए कि हमारी थाली भी भरी रहे, हमारी जेब भी भरी रहे और हमारी धरती भी सुरक्षित रहे। साथियों, तमिल संस्कृति दुनिया की सबसे प्राचीन जीवित सभ्यताओं में से एक है। तमिल संस्कृति सदियों को जोड़ती है। वो इतिहास से सीखकर वर्तमान को आगे का रास्ता दिखाती है। इसी प्रेरणा से आज का भारत अपनी जड़ों से शक्ति लेकर नई संभावनाओं की ओर आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज पोंगल के इस पावन अवसर पर हम उस विश्वास को महसूस कर रहे हैं जो भारत को आगे बढ़ा रहा है। एक ऐसा भारत जो अपनी संस्कृति से जुड़ा है, अपनी धरती का सम्मान करता है और भविष्य को लेकर भरोसे में भरा हुआ है। इनिय पोंगल नलवा कड़कतुक्कल, वाळगा तमिल, वळगा भारतम। एक बार फिर आप सभी को पोंगल की बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। वणक्कम।
All right, viewers, Prime Minister Modi saying that Pongal has become a global festival, giving his wishes to all the people, unloading the farmers. Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. We'll continue to be live and breaking as Prime Minister Modi sends his wishes to the people of India.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seen.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. In Republic, you get the top stories. A lot of developments we are tracking today. We'll tell you all about it, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Calcutta High Court to hear petitions related to ED's raids on premises of IPAC today. United States backs Iran protesters. Trump says help is on the way. Multiple Pakistan drones spotted in Jammu. Sources say Indian Army to launch protests with Islamabad after repeated drone intrusion attempts. Racist attack on a student from Assam in Madhya Pradesh. Complaint letter highlights torture on victim who is currently in serious condition. Defense Ministry is set to discuss rupees 3.25 lakh crore and 114 Rafale fighter jet deal this week. Viewers, breaking news coming in. Now, based on some specific inputs that Republic TV has got, we're coming to know that day and night operation by the officers of the Rummaging Intelligence Mumbai Customs alias Black Customs resulted in cracking big smuggling racket of diesel in high seas from foreign vessels of 4 Khalashi from Chhattisgarh and 1 from Uran were found in the fishing trawler, concealing 40 tons of diesel in the fishing container. A statement of this is a statement which has come in, viewers, and we'll just take our viewers through what we have learned so far. Just getting these pictures coming in for you. The seizure is worth around 1 crore rupees. Smuggling racket has been busted. So, smuggling racket has been busted, viewers. So, we're getting these updates coming in from Mumbai. And there has been a huge seizure. A lot of seizure has been made. We're getting these. Mumbai Customs has cracked major diesel smuggling racket. Viewers, breaking news coming in from Thailand. A train traveling from Bangkok to the country's northeast was derailed on Wednesday, viewers. We're getting this big international story after a construction crane fell on top of one of its carriages, killing at least 12 people and injuring at least 30. Accident took place on Wednesday morning in the Sikyor district, 230 kilometers northeast of Bangkok, on a train bound for Ubon, Ratchathani province. Local police say that a crane working on a high-speed rail project collapsed and hit the passing train, causing it to derail and briefly catch fire. A fire has also been extinguished and rescue work is continuing as we speak. So we're getting these updates coming in on Republic TV. This is a very unfortunate incident which has come in from Thailand because it has led to loss of life. So 22 people have been killed, raising a lot of concerns about whether the death toll will be going up because there were many passengers on that train. So accident took place on Wednesday morning in the secure district. It's around 143 miles northeast of Bangkok on a train which was bound for the Ubon Ratchathani province. The train was on its way to Ubon Ratchathani, and the train was working on a high-speed rail project when it collapsed and hit the passing train. We have put out those pictures for you of the damage which has been caused. A very unfortunate incident which is coming in from Thailand because the fire has been doused, rescue operations are underway, and there's a significant damage which has been reported here. So the train derailed and then the train caught fire. A video of the rescue work emerged on social media, and you can this has also been coming on social media, showing the first responders cutting through wreckage to rescue the injured people. So we're showing you these pictures which are coming in. This is a developing story. It's a global developing story. So we are still waiting for more updates as to what the rescue and relief operations are looking like. Okay, we have with us, okay, we'll go to Shivam in a while, but there were around 195 passengers and staff members on board. At least 22 people have lost their lives. They have been killed. Dozens are injured after construction crane fell on top of a moving train carriage. A lot of damage there. And the death toll could be rising further given the fact that there were around 195 passengers and staff on board. So they're still trying to find the other passengers. Around 30 people are injured so far. They're being treated as we speak. We'll try to, of course, go across to my colleague who will be joining us in a short while from now to give us an update. We also know that the Thailand's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Transport has ordered a thorough and comprehensive investigation into the cause of the incident. So the probe will now shift to the next angle, which is to understand what really caused this very serious incident, an accident to take place. Okay, we have with us Shivam. Shivam, putting all these pictures coming in for you because for our viewers, rescuers are searching the damaged train cars. We're also seeing that the leaders in Thailand, they have asked for a thorough investigation into what really caused this very unfortunate accident, Shivam.
Yes, it is because of a train derailment which happened because a crane fell on a passenger train. Now it is confirmed because we first broke the news that time. The official confirmation was around 12 people deceased, and the identities of those have to be certain. 12 have been identified and they're searching for more people. Now the death toll has risen to around 22. Now the cause, it's being said that it was a construction crane for a high-speed rail bridge which collapsed on a moving train. So just imagine it was a moving train which was passing from that location, and a crane fell on that train, and that led to the derailment of the train, and so many deaths have been reported. The numbers, we hope it doesn't rise more than this, but the official confirmation till now is of 22 passengers who have been killed. More than 190 passengers were traveling in that train. Until now, the confirmation that we are getting is the death toll has risen from 12 to 22. So this is a big train accident that we are getting. More than almost 22 people who have been killed because of this train incident. The construction crane fell on the top of a moving train, and that has led to the tragedy. Now rescue operations are on. More than 195 passengers who were on board traveling on that train during that time. We are yet to ascertain more details what exactly was the cause, but primarily because of the crane falling on the train, derailment, and then the train also catching fire, which has been reported, which has led to 22 people dying, and more than 79 are also have been reported to be injured here, and many of them are severely wounded. The injuries are very severe. They are burn injuries also. The police is confirming the identities of those who have died in this incident. More details are awaited. But 195 passengers, Shivangi, we hope that we don't hear more casualty reports. But till now, the report, the official confirmation that we have right now with us is of 22 people dying in this crane collapse on train, which led to derailment and then death of many people who were on board. Now, Thailand's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Transport has ordered a thorough and comprehensive investigation into the entire incident.
Shivam, you know, what we have to also, what's very concerning about this incident, Shivam, is that, yes, people have lost their life, but this was not an old railway construction. This was a very new railway construction, Shivam.
Yes, definitely. It was, in fact, it was a construction that was happening. It was a crane that was a part of a larger plan of development, and that the failure and some point, because this was completely a very big mishap that has occurred and caused lives of around 22 people, 22 deaths, because that was a moving train and the crane fell right on that time when the train was moving from that location on the railway track. And it was a high-speed train, and the work which was being done was also on a rail network, and that crane fell on that train, and it immediately, the first reports that we received were 12 people killed and derailment, and then the further deaths of people. Now police are ascertaining what caused the crane to fall at that location. Was it because of some overweight or some load that the crane was carrying? Because the timing of the falling of the crane on the train, that's also a big question, but we are getting latest visuals also. The authorities which are present at that location are trying to ascertain the exact cause of the falling of the crane. Many people killed. Very sad incident this morning which has been reported from Thailand, and many killed in this deadly train collapse in Thailand which has been reported as of yet. 22 confirmation of a death which we are receiving right now at this moment. And the construction crane lifting, actually the more reports that we are getting, the crane was lifting a section of a bridge which collapsed onto a passenger train. So it was a heavy weight that the crane was lifting, a section of the bridge.
I'll be coming back to you because this is a developing international story, so we'll keep our viewers updated about what's happening. And really have to move ahead. We're getting one more breaking news coming in. This is also a big international update that we're getting for our viewers. So let's move ahead, viewers. We see Iran has now approached the UNSC saying that Trump has asked the people of Iran to keep protesting. So big update coming in. This is the second international story we're tracking in this show, because the Iran protests are intensifying, and Iran and Trump both have been making statements. Iran has formally appealed to the United Nations Security Council and the UN Secretary General, accusing the United States of inciting violence, interfering in Iran's internal affairs, and threatening military action, according to an official letter circulated by Iran's permanent mission to the UN. Letter, Iran's permanent representative, Ambassador Amir Said Iravani, expresses what he described as grave concern over recent remarks by the President of the US. Tehran claims that the comments encouraged unrest and suggested external support for attempts to seize state institutions, which Iranian officials argue amounts to an explicit threat against the country's sovereignty and national security. Iran maintains that the US statements violate core principles of international law, including provisions of the UN Charter that prohibit the threat or use of force and forbid the intervention in the domestic affairs of our sovereign states. Letter asserts that such rhetoric contributes to political destabilization and could inflame violence. So, as we see that Trump has been talking about Iran, the situation which is evolving there, and said that the US is considering options. At the same time, we see that Iran has taken a move. Iran has made this move, has written to the UNSC urging intervention. So viewers, what is happening in Iran is quite concerning. About 2,000 people, including security personnel, have been killed in protests in Iran, as Iranian officials have said this, blaming terrorists for the deaths. The first time authorities have acknowledged the high death toll from an intense crackdown on 2 weeks of nationwide unrest. The Iranian official said that what he called terrorists were behind the deaths of both protesters and security personnel. The official did not give a breakdown of who had been killed. The unrest, sparked by dire economic conditions, has now been the biggest internal challenge to Iranian authorities for at least 3 years, and comes amid intensifying international pressure after Israeli and US strikes last year. Here's more on this development.
1,000 people were killed in the anti-government protests in Iran. Iranian officials are blaming terrorists for the deaths of civilians and security personnel. For the last 2 weeks, Iran has been facing anti-government protests. The protests began as demonstrations in Tehran's bazaars over rampant inflation. The Iranian rial surged to 994,055 against the US dollar, marking a significant devaluation of the national currency in a single day. The protests morphed into an uprising against the Khamenei regime. Inflation has made it difficult for Iranian citizens to purchase essentials like cooking oil and vegetables. The rial's continued fall in the past 24 hours stems from ongoing public protests and economic uncertainty driven by severe U.S. and UN sanctions, high inflation, and the government's recent elimination of a subsidized currency rate for essential imports, all of which have led people to convert savings into foreign currency. The internet in the country has been blocked as protests rise.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
I think one thing President Trump is very good at is always keeping all of his options on the table, and airstrikes would be one of the many, many options that are on the table for the commander-in-chief. Diplomacy is always the first option for the president. He's told all of you last night that what you're hearing publicly from the Iranian regime is quite differently from the messages the administration is receiving privately, and I think the president has an interest in exploring those messages. However, with that said, the president has shown he's unafraid to use military options if and when he deems necessary, and nobody knows that better than Iran.
حرف بی ربطی که اگر چنانچه دولت ایران چنین کنه من میام به طرف شما رو میگیرم، این طرف این اغتشاشگرها و افراد مضر برای کشور، این هم دلشون خوشه و اگه میتونه کشور خودشو اداره کنه، تو کشور خودش حوادث گوناگونی وجود داره.
Amid the fiery protests, U.S. weapons and explosive devices have been found in several homes in Iran, the Iranian intelligence agency claims. Iranian intelligence has also intercepted a foreign truck full of weapons. Some 273 pieces are said to have been professionally concealed inside the vehicle.
که فرد کمی نیست، رئیس سازمان CIA بوده در زمان آقای ترامپ. ایشون توییت زده و میگه که من سال جدید رو به ایرانیانی که در خیابان‌ها هستند و به مأمورین موساد که در کنار اونها حرکت میکنند تبریک میگم. یعنی یک اعتراف صریح که مأمورین موساد تلاش کردند که این جریان تروریستی رو هدایت بکنن.
Wenn sich ein Regime nur noch mit Gewalt an der Macht halten kann, dann ist es faktisch am Ende. Ich gehe davon aus, dass wir jetzt hier auch gerade die letzten Tage und Wochen dieses Regimes sehen.
As Iran grapples with escalating unrest and mounting protests against the regime, the Khamenei leadership faces growing pressure with no signs of relief. The key question now is whether the demonstrations will subside or intensify into a movement demanding regime change and the return of exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi.
All right, viewers, let's move ahead right now. For the first time, the Pink City, Jaipur, will be hosting the prestigious 78th Army Day, and preparations have already started for the parade. Here's a look as we keep getting you the latest developments.
It was a jubilant atmosphere. Residents of Jaipur attended the Indian Army parade preparations. We spoke to some of the city residents who attended the inauguration, and here is what they have to say.
I attended the Army Day parade live in Jaipur today, and it was a wonderful pleasure to be here and to see all of these weapon systems and everything that we have been reading about in the news. To be honest, it has ignited that patriotic fire in me again, just to see all of these and to see all the people performing those stunts on the motorcycles, the paratroopers, and the helicopters. It was a wonderful morning, and I couldn't have asked for anything better. So thank you so much, Indian Army, for protecting us, for keeping us safe, and for your dedication.
Indian Army personnel, in an exclusive conversation with Republic, spoke about the military equipment that will be showcased during the parade on 15th of January.
Most cruise missile is the fastest supersonic cruise missile in the world. It can travel up to the speed of Mach 2.8 and it can hit the target accurately. Its fire and forget guidance system allows autonomous navigation post-launch, and it makes it pinpoint accurate. It can be deployed with versatility. It can be fired on ground, through air, or even by the ships. And its upcoming versions can be launched from submarines as well. And it is a very reliable and accurate weapon that has proved its mettle knobs to do. And with its upcoming projects such as the BrahMos 2 and BrahMos Next Generation, this missile is definitely going to be one of the most important and critical weapon system for the Indian Armed Forces.
The Indian Army showed the world what it is capable of during Operation Sindoor in May last year, and once more the equipment featured in the Indian Army parade, the world will be reminded of its might.
And viewers, suspected Pakistani drones were spotted along the line of control in Rajouri district, Jammu and Kashmir on Tuesday. Now, this has prompted our security forces to heighten the vigilance and launch counter-drone operations. Security forces have stepped up and they have gone ahead and taken these counter-drone measures. We'll tell you all about it in our next report. Take a look.
The Indian Army has once again foiled Pakistan's infiltration attempt, delivering a strong message along the line of control. Suspected Pakistani drone were spotted along line of control in Rajouri. But the alert troops acted swiftly and opened fire after Pakistani drones intruded into Indian airspace in Rajouri.
The army troops that were deployed, they saw the movement of the suspected Pakistani drone several times after they opened a series of rounds on the drone. The drone went back to the Pakistani territory as being reported from the sources on ground. The defense sources have also confirmed that this is a repeated trend that has been witnessed all along the line of control, where Pakistan is trying to invade its drones into the Indian territory. Earlier also, day before yesterday, there was a major attempt where 5 Pakistani drones were spotted along the line of control as well as international border, and in the Nowshera sector, Indian Army opened the fire at the Pakistani drone.
Multiple Pakistani drones were spotted hovering near traditional infiltration routes in Chingas, Keri and the Manakot area of Rajouri. With the drone threat escalating, forces across the sector have been put on high alert. This is not the first spotting of the Pakistani drones in the Indian territory. Earlier, security forces picked up movement of suspected drones in several forward areas along the international border and line of control in the Samba, Rajouri and Pooch district of Jammu and Kashmir on Sunday. All the flying objects came from the Pakistani side and returned after hovering over Indian territory for a few minutes.
ये जो ड्रोन्स अभी हमने देखे हैं, ये बहुत छोटे ड्रोन्स हैं, ये लाइट ऑन करके आते हैं, ये बहुत हाइट पे नहीं जाते हैं और ये बहुत ही कम देखे गए हैं। जैसे 10 के आसपास तकरीबन 6 से 7 देखे गए थे, 11 और 12 तारीख को 2 से 3 देखे गए। तो ये जो ड्रोन थे, ये मैं समझता हूँ कि डिफेंसिव ड्रोन थे, जो कि ये ऊपर आके देखना चाहते हैं कि हमारे अगेंस्ट कोई कार्रवाई तो नहीं हो रही है। मैं ये मना नहीं कर रहा हूँ, हो सकता है कि वो ये भी देखना चाहें कि कोई कहीं गैप तो नहीं है, इंडियन आर्मी में कोई ढिलाई तो नहीं है, कोई गैप हो जहाँ से वो टेररिस्ट वहाँ से भेज सकें। तो मेरे ख्याल से उनको उसका नेगेटिव जवाब ही मिला होगा। उन्होंने देखा होगा कि आज की तारीख पे कोई ऐसी जगह नहीं है, कोई ऐसे गैप्स नहीं जहाँ से वो भेज सकें। लेकिन ये ज़रूर है, आज जो हमारी DGMO स्टॉक हुई है, उस स्टॉक में इसके बारे में जिक्र किया गया है और उनको बताया गया है कि ये हमें मंजूर नहीं है और कृपया करके इस पे लगाम लगाइए।
According to sources, India has officially launched a strong protest with Pakistan over repeated drone intrusion attempts. The protest is said to be launched as per established standard operating procedure by the Indian Army to its counterparts. With the drone threats escalating, Indian forces along the border remains on high alert. The Army sends out a clear message to the notorious Pakistan that any misadventure will be met with force.
And viewers will continue to be live and breaking. Coming up next, Calcutta High Court to hear petitions related to ED's raids and premises of IPAC today. This is a big story we're tracking the entire day today. Do not go anywhere. You're watching India's #1 news channel, Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy. The US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and in this bulletin, our top focus will be on Pakistan. Now, sisters of Imran Khan, along with PTI workers, have staged a sit-in protest at Rawalpindi yesterday after being prevented once again from meeting Imran Khan, who is lodged in Adiala jail. We'll get you all the details about it, this and a lot more. But first up, the headlines. Calcutta High Court to hear petitions related to ED's raids on premises of IPAC today.
हमारी तमिल संस्कृति पूरे भारत की साझी विरासत है। इतना ही नहीं, पूरी मानवता की ये साझी विरासत है।
PM Modi attends Pongal celebrations at Union Minister L. Murugan's residence, says Tamil culture is the oldest and still existing culture alive.
People killed, and we want to see a little bit of freedom for these people. These people have been living in hell for a long time.
United States backs Iran protesters. Trump says help is on the way. Also, multiple Pak drones spotted in Jammu. Sources say Indian Army to lodge protest with Islamabad after repeated drone intrusion attempts. Defence Ministry is set to discuss rupees 3.25 lakh crore 114 Rafale fighter jet deal this week. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. Now, sisters of Imran Khan, along with PTI workers, have staged a sit-in protest at Rawalpindi's factory Naka yesterday after being prevented once again from meeting Khan, who is lodged in Adiala jail. Now, according to reports, sit-ins at factory Naka, located a short distance from Adiala jail, have become routine, with PTI supporters and Imran Khan sisters repeatedly protesting restrictions on meetings with the former over the past several weeks, because there is an agreement where they should be allowed to meet Imran Khan, but time and again they are denied this meeting, and hence the PTI workers protest outside Adiala jail every now and then, because they allege that they have been denied the meeting that is a part of an agreement between the family and Imran Khan, who is lodged in Adiala jail. Now, once again they have been stopped to meet Imran Khan, and the family, the sisters of Imran Khan, have sit-in protest at Rawalpindi's factory Naka yesterday after being prevented once again. Let's listen in to the sisters of Imran Khan, what they have to say on this.
ये इनकी जुर्रत कैसे हुई है कि ये इलीगल काम कर रहे हैं, इलीगल ये कर रहे हैं, हम नहीं कर रहे। हम अपना कानूनी और आईनी हक मांग रहे हैं, और ये गैर कानूनी तरीके से इमरान खान को कैद तन्हाई में रखा हुआ है।
तो क्या कोई जेल हुकाम ने आपसे राब्ता किया, बताया कि आज मुलाकात?
बताते हैं, जब पूछते हैं वो कहते हैं चुप, जवाब ही नहीं देते। जब उठाना होता है तो आ जाते हैं कि जी अगली दफ़ा इंशाल्लाह आपकी मुलाकात होगी। अब नहीं हुई। आज कुरान ख़त्म के लिए बताया था कि कुरान ख़त्म है, सारे सड़कें क्यों बंद कर दी? क्या कुरान पढ़ना भी अब इस मुल्क में जुर्म हो गया? कुरान पढ़ना इस मुल्क में जुर्म हो गया? ये बताएं पहले। ये पाकिस्तान इस्लामी जमहूरिया पाकिस्तान है, ये सिर्फ ये बातें करने के लिए रह गए हैं, ये कार्रवाई करने के लिए रह गए? कहाँ है सारे वो जो अलामा हैं पाकिस्तान के? 8 फरवरी को हालांकि शटर डाउन सारा बंद है, लेकिन खवातीन और बच्चे हम निकलेंगे सड़कों पे।
मतलब अपने अपने शहरों में निकलेंगे या कुछ स्पेसिफिक जगह होगी?
नहीं पता मुझे, ये पता जहाँ भी निकलेंगे हम साथ होंगे, आगे आगे बच्चे होंगे। निकलना है ना 8 फरवरी को? 8 फरवरी को निकलना है? अच्छा। अब 8 फरवरी को सारे बच्चे निकलेंगे और साथ उनकी वालदाएं, दादियाँ, जैसे मैं दादी हूँ, हाँ, मेरी पोती कह रही है इससे निकलना है तो दादी को साथ जाना पड़ेगा।
ये पोती आपकी आज है? अच्छी आपकी पोती है, माशाल्लाह से। अच्छा,
तो ये अगर बच्चे निकलेंगे तो हम इनके पीछे निकलेंगे, दादियाँ भी आएंगी, माएँ भी आएंगी, नानियाँ भी आएंगी, और रैली हम निकालेंगे। सही है बच्चों? इंशाल्लाह।
वहाँ पे मुझे लाठी चार्ज किया उन्होंने, दिखा दिया, डंडू के साथ वहाँ से भगाया हमको वहाँ से। अच्छा। हम रीमा आपा के साथ खड़े थे, आई थिंक वहाँ पे रीमा आपा ने गिरफ्तारी दे दिया हमको, डंडू के साथ उन्होंने मार के भगाने की कोशिश की है, आप चेक कर सकते हैं।
जिस तरह आप लोगों को पता है कि मंगल को खान साहब से उसकी फैमिली की मुलाकात का दिन होता है, तो हम आए हुए हैं खान साहब की सिस्टर्स के साथ, और आप देख सकते हैं कि दोबारा से एज़ यूजुअल इन्होंने ऑपरेशन की तैयारी दोबारा की हुई है, और अभी तो उधर से हमें उठाया भी है, ट्रक्स इन्होंने स्टार्ट कर दिए, धुआं छोड़ रहे थे कि ये लोग यहाँ बैठ ना सके, लेकिन जब उस पर भी इनका काम नहीं हुआ तो अभी वाटर कैनन की गाड़ियाँ और पुलिस की लाठी चार्ज ये इन्होंने, ये आप देख सकते हैं कि बैरियर्स को जो है ना, बैरियर से आगे आ चुके हैं। हम पहले भी कह चुके हैं कि हम यहाँ इंतशार के लिए नहीं आते, हम आएंगे इस सिस्टम को बेनकाब करने, हम इधर आएंगे कि वो अदालत जो ये लोग कहते हैं कि उसके हुक्म पे खान साहब जेल में हैं, उसी अदालत ने खान साहब से मिलने की इजाज़त दी है उसकी फैमिली को।
Thiruvalluvar was a great poet whose 1330 Thirukural couplets offer timeless wisdom for righteous living. Though widely known, Thirukural has rarely been highlighted in public forums. Our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has revived its global prominence by embracing its values in all his speeches across India and the world. Today's dance is a humble tribute to our Prime Minister's deep respect for Thirukural.
அறிவிலே அறத்தையூற்றி அறிஞனை கவிதையாற்ற வள்ளுவர் போற்றி அருளிலே அமிர்தமூற்றி தமிழினில் உயரம் வாய்த்த திருக்குறள் போற்றி போற்றி போற்றி. திக்கெட்டும் குரலெட்டும் படியெங்கும் தமிழ் சொட்டும் இசை கட்டி கொண்டோமே கொண்டோமே நடமிட்டும் மடவெட்டும் புகழ் முட்டும் குரல் சொல்லும் சதி தட்டி கொண்டோமே கொண்டோமே. கசடர கற்பவை கற்ற பின் நிற்க அதற்கு தக கற்க கசடர கற்பவை கற்ற பின் நிற்க அதற்கு தக திருக்குறள் படித்தால் உயிர் செடி துளிர்க்கும் திருக்குறள் குடித்தால் உயிரணு சிலிர்க்கும் ஒவ்வொரு குறளும் உயரிய மருந்து நித்தமும் விரும்பி அதன் வழி வாழ்வில் அழகாய் பொருந்து அதன் வழி வாழ்வில் அழகாய் பொருந்து அடடா உயர்வாய் அனைத்திலும் சிறந்து அடடா உயர்வாய் அனைத்திலும் சிறந்து மற்றவர் சொல்வது உயிர்களின் உலகம் வள்ளுவர் சொல்வது பகுத்துண்டு பல்லுயர் ஓம்புதலாம் நூலோர் தொகுத்தவற்றுள் எல்லாம் தலை இலக்கே முக்கியம் மற்றவர் சொல்வது வழியும் முக்கியம் வள்ளுவர் சொல்வது ஈன்றால் பசி காண்பான் ஆயினும் செய்யற்க சான்றோர் பழிக்கும் வினை.
జగదోం తజగదోం తదగుదిగు జగదోం తగిటదోం తగదగిటదోం దుర్గుదగిటదిని గిటదోం జగదోం తజగదోం తదగుదిగు జగదోం తజగదోం తదగుదిగు జగదోం తగిటదోం తగదగిటదోం దుర్గుదగిటదిని గిటదోం జగదోం తదిం జగదోం తదిం జగదోం తదిం జగదోం తదిం తగదిం తగడం తగమదరిదోం తదోం దన తదిం తదిం జను తదిం తదిం దన తదిం తదిం నిజని జరి జని జరి జని జరి 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 జని తగిట దిని తజడు తదిని తజడు జడు జగదోం తజగదోం తదగుదిగు జగదోం తజగదోం తదగుదిగు దానదిం కరిం ధనదోం దలాన దానదిం కరిం ధనదోం దలాన జగదోం తజగదోం తదగుదిగు జగదోం తజగదోం తదగుదిగు దానదిం కరిం ధనదోం దలాన దానదిం
Respected Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, distinguished guests, and dear audience, on this joyous festival of Pongal, we extend our warmest greetings, wishing abundance, prosperity, and happiness to one and all. We are honored to celebrate 150 years of Vande Mataram, a timeless salute to our motherland. Through dance, we offer our gratitude, pride, and devotion. Vande Mataram.
All right, so these were the visuals of the spectacular performance by the performers. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has joined Pongal celebrations at the residence of Union Minister L. Murugan, now taking part in time-honored rituals that mark Tamil Nadu's most important harvest festival. All right, so these are the visuals from that location, and Prime Minister performed a puja. The puja, which includes adding rice to the boiling Pongal pot, which is a symbolic gesture signifying prosperity, and offered prayers as devotional chants were sung. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next segment and get you all that is happening in the nation in Bharat in 1 minute. Kathua police launched a massive anti-terror operation in the Rajbagh area after two suspects were spotted by a local. Now teams of SOG Kathua led by SP operations are conducting extensive search operations in the region. The areas of Jakhol, Juthana and Sufan have witnessed multiple encounters in 2025, resulting in the killing of 4 JKP personnel and the neutralization of 2 terrorists. Airspace restrictions will be imposed at Delhi Airport between 26th and 29th January in connection with Republic Day celebrations. Non-scheduled flights will not be permitted to take off or land between 8:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Republic Day. On 29th, the beating retreat ceremony curbs will remain in force. A joint services multi-speciality medical camp was conducted in Lakshadweep, which was inaugurated by Navy Chief Admiral Dinesh Tripathi. The Indian Navy provided multi-speciality healthcare across 5 islands, including cardiology, neurology and ophthalmology services. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. Now, Jaipur witnessed a historic moment as preparations began for the Army Day parade ahead of the 78th Army Day on January 15, 2026. For the first time ever, the Pink City will host the prestigious event. The parade will also showcase military equipment used during Operation Sindoor. Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajan Lal Sharma called it a proud and historic occasion for the state, praising the Indian Army's valor and the sacrifices made to protect the nation and its citizens. Watch this report.
It was a jubilant atmosphere. Residents of Jaipur attended the Indian Army parade preparations. We spoke to some of the city residents who attended the inauguration, and here is what they have to say.
I attended the Army Day parade live in Jaipur today, and it was a wonderful pleasure to be here and to see all of these weapon systems and everything that we have been reading about in the news. To be honest, it has ignited that patriotic fire in me again, just to see all of these and to see all the people performing those stunts on the motorcycles, the paratroopers, the helicopters. It was a wonderful morning, and I couldn't have asked for anything better. So thank you so much, Indian Army, for protecting us, for keeping us safe, and for your dedication.
Indian Army personnel, in an exclusive conversation with Republic, spoke about the military equipment that will be showcased during the parade on 15th of January.
Most cruise missile is the fastest supersonic cruise missile in the world. It can travel up to the speed of Mach 2.8 and it can hit the target accurately. Its fire and forget guidance system allows autonomous navigation post-launch, and it makes it pinpoint accurate. It can be deployed with versatility. It can be fired on ground, through air, or even by the ships. And its upcoming versions can be launched from submarines as well. And it is a very reliable and accurate weapon that has proved its mettle in Sindoor. And with its upcoming projects such as the BrahMos 2 and BrahMos Next Generation, this missile is definitely going to be one of the most important and critical weapon system for the Indian Armed Forces.
The Indian Army showed the world what it is capable of during Operation Sindoor in May last year, and once more the equipment featured in the Indian Army parade, the world will be reminded of its might.
All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. From time-tested courage to future-focused strength, this Army Day parade will reflect the Indian Army's unwavering drive towards modernization, innovation and Atmanirbharta. A day of pride, remembrance and a resolute vision for a stronger India.
At 12 p.m. on the live report, our focus on the Calcutta High Court hearing on the Enforcement Directorate versus Mamata Banerjee. The petition is being heard today. It's a critical hearing ahead of the elections in Bengal. And the focus also from the line of control where once again Pakistan drones were spotted. We opened fire. Live report from LOC on the show this afternoon.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on the live report, ladies and gentlemen. This Wednesday afternoon at 12 p.m. Here are the headlines as we count down to that hearing in the High Court. She stole the files, she hasn't returned the files, and the Enforcement Directorate petition will be heard in the Calcutta High Court. 2:30 p.m. will be streamed live. Big meeting in the national capital soon. The government, the defense ministry to take up the proposal. Will India have 176 Rafales in its air fleet soon? Republic confronts a Malaysian minister in the national capital. On Zakir Naik, Malaysia goes completely silent. Dodge questions on the terror preacher who's hiding on Malaysian soil. Indian Army foils multiple drone infiltration bids by Pakistan in 48 hours. We have fired at Pakistani drones that have been spotted at the line of control. As protests escalate in Iran, Trump has asked the people of Iran to come out and target the Iranian regime, Iranian forces, Iranian government. Is a strike loading, he says. Help is on its way. "22 killed in Thailand as a crane falls on a passenger train." In a few hours from now, precisely about 2 hours, the Enforcement Directorate petition in the Calcutta High Court will be heard. Now, the Enforcement Directorate went to the Calcutta High Court. They couldn't get a hearing last week as Mamata Banerjee stole the files during a live raid, and they went to the Supreme Court. Now, this afternoon at around 2:30 p.m., the Calcutta High Court will be hearing the petition filed by the Enforcement Directorate. And the Enforcement Directorate has in its petition, they have filed a 160-page petition. They have spoken about the state of affairs in West Bengal, talking about the repeated attacks on investigating agencies, saying that there is a shocking state of affairs in West Bengal. And in their petition, the Enforcement Directorate has in fact questioned Mamata Banerjee, questioned the DGP, questioned the state machinery, even the commissioner, and has accused them of being parties to the serious offences that have taken place, which included the Chief Minister and the Chief Secretary barging in during an ongoing raid, threatening the Enforcement Directorate, adding that files were snatched, officers were threatened. All of this is part of the Enforcement Directorate petition that will be heard in a short while from now. Not just that, the ED in a very interesting mention has also said that Mamata Banerjee's party workers, namely Trinamool Congress workers, were hell-bent on blocking the court, which is the Calcutta High Court. And they have said that calls were made to different party cadres asking for them to come into the court and block the court, saying that her workers, strong words, her workers, referring to Trinamool Congress workers, creating a ruckus and commotion in court, adding that they were called to court. WhatsApp chats show that party members were called to the High Court to try and block any hearing that could have possibly taken place last week. The ED, in fact, even wrote a mail asking for an urgent hearing, but that too was blocked. Okay, Shravan is joining me live from the Republic newsroom. Shravan, in the Calcutta High Court, what was the ED petition and what are we expecting this afternoon?
Well, in fact, Enforcement Directorate is asking for a Central Bureau of Investigation to take place. They believe that the Chief Minister is responsible for the destruction of evidence. Now, that is a massive charge that has been leveled against a sitting Chief Minister. The reason being is that when the searches were being carried out at IPAC co-founders' residence, Pratik Sidha, the Chief Minister, along with top bureaucrats, which also includes the Chief Secretary, DGP and the Kolkata Police Commissioner, they were all present there. And you had only 3 officers of the Enforcement Directorate and, of course, accompanied by a paramilitary force there. But it seems that the Chief Minister, the moment she barged in, she basically demanded that the Enforcement Directorate hands over all the items that have been recovered so far, or the items that have been seized. And it does not end there. According to the petition that has been filed by the Enforcement Directorate, it seems that the Chief Minister did actually threaten the punch witnesses. These are independent witnesses who basically take on to record whatever the Enforcement Directorate does during a search that is basically carried out, it seems that the Chief Minister and her aides essentially instructed the punch witnesses not to record anything, to leave the premises, and to essentially say that they haven't recovered anything from those very premises. And that's the reason why, Niranjan, the Enforcement Directorate believes that there is a clear attempt that has been made to interfere in their investigation, and more importantly to try and protect someone who is under the scanner. The man here that we are talking about is the co-founder of IPAC. The reason why IPAC is under the scanner, because the Enforcement Directorate suspects that there is a 20 crore hawala transaction that has basically taken place during the Goa elections, in which the Trinamool Congress participated, and more importantly IPAC was basically handling their campaigns, and that is the reason why the Enforcement Directorate suspects that the proceeds of crime that was generated from the cow smuggling that had taken place, the cattle smuggling that had taken place, the proceeds of crime were basically diverted to Goa. That's where the money was actually used, and IPAC received this money in cash.
Okay, now how is this different from the Supreme Court? So it comes up in the High Court, and there is also a petition in the Supreme Court. Legally speaking, what are we expecting today and in the next few days? What is the way in which this case is going to now proceed?
Well, the Enforcement Directorate was undoubtedly in a tearing hurry, because they believe that any further delay would only hamper their entire investigation. That's the reason why they had knocked at the doors of the Calcutta High Court. But remember, because there was overcrowding in the court had at that point in time given another date. Now, at the same time, they had also moved at the Supreme Court. It seems that the Supreme Court has also now given the date here. But in all likelihood, since the matter is now going to be heard in the Calcutta High Court, it seems that they would perhaps go with what's happening in the High Court before they knock at the doors of the Apex Court. So it was basically a legal strategy that was adopted by the Enforcement Directorate. If the matter basically fails to find resonance in the Calcutta High Court, in all likelihood the matter would thereafter be pursued in the Supreme Court. But they are certainly hoping that the Calcutta High Court would pass certain directions refraining the Chief Minister from interfering in the investigation, and perhaps also order the Chief Minister to return the items that were basically seized by her.
Okay, thank you, Shawan, for joining us with those inputs, keeping a close track on the legal developments, expecting that hearing to take place in a short while from now. Moving on to the other big story we are tracking. Ladies and gentlemen, on the live report, we have details of a significant development that is likely to take place in a few days from now, when India takes up the critical 3.25 lakh crore deal to buy 114 extra Rafale fighter jets from France, which could be manufactured in India with an indigenous content of around 30%. And this is likely to happen at a high-level meeting of the Defence Ministry this week. Sources say, as per the proposal, the deal would also include around 12 to 18 Rafale jets to be acquired by the Indian Air Force in flyaway condition. Now, as per the proposal to be taken up for discussion at a high-level Defence Ministry meeting scheduled to held in the next 2 to 3 days, the Indian side is also reportedly asking France to enable the integration of Indian weapons and other indigenous systems into the French aircraft under the government-to-government deal. So we could be looking at a situation where if this deal goes through, and we don't know whether it will, but if it were to go through, we are looking at a total strength of 176 Rafales in the Indian Air Force in the near future. So that's the big breaking news update. 30% indigenous content in the new Rafales, and this is likely to come up for a meeting in a short while from now. In fact, it is going to happen this week, we are told, and the meeting will be at the Defence Ministry. So once again, 3.25 lakh crore, some of the big numbers that we are looking at. 3.25 lakh crore, that's the value of the deal. 114 Rafale fighter jets that India will be looking for, manufactured in India, indigenous content 30%, and the deal would include around 12 to 18 Rafale jets to be acquired by the Indian Air Force in a flyaway conditions. And as per the proposal to be taken up for discussion at the high-level meeting that is likely to take place in the national capital, the Indian side could also ask France to enable integration of Indian weapons and other indigenous systems into the French aircraft under the government-to-government deal. Now, that was one concern that many experts had on the compatibility of Indian weapons and whether Indian weapons in indigenous systems can be integrated into the Rafale. Whether that can happen will have to be seen. And if approved, this could be India's largest ever defense deal. Largest ever defense deal, and could take the number of Rafale jets in the Indian military to about 176. We already have about 36 Rafale jets in our fleet. 26 of them have been ordered by the Indian Navy. 36 are already in operation. And once approved, this will go up for final clearance by the Cabinet Committee on Security. I have Major General Asthana joining us on the broadcast. General Asthana, of course, there is a lot of debate on whether we should go in for a French Rafale. Even the Russians have been lobbying. But let's get down to why the Indian Air Force needs more fighter jets in this critical situation where we are surrounded by Pakistan, which is being helped by China, and China itself, and Bangladesh.
See, India is the only country in this world which has two nuclear neighbors with which we have the border issues, and both of them are in collusion with each other. And therefore, the aircraft industry of China is helping out Pakistan, so we have both the adversaries getting the fifth generation aircraft in the bargain. With the result, if the kind of squadrons which we expect, I mean 42 was the old figure actually, but forget about 42, we are almost 29 squadrons which are serviceable. So in that case, and the asymmetry between the air power, which is very critical component of the battlefield domination, in that case, if we have 29 and Pakistan has about 21, 22, which includes some of the F-16s and the future induction of the fifth generation aircraft, then we cannot only depend on the skills of our pilots that they will be able to create the kind of favorable air situation and air superiority which we need for future operations. So therefore, we need to buy aircrafts, the fifth generation aircrafts or the state-of-the-art aircrafts immediately. We certainly want to be Atmanirbhar, and therefore we are looking at Tejas, but then there is a problem with engine. Americans have delayed it for whatever reasons, but then the fact is we still do not manufacture engine, and therefore there is an issue to clear this gap. Even our own the medium range fighter that is going to come up in a much later time frame, and we cannot wait that long because the gap between the two and the challenges on the external threat are far too many to be waiting for that long. So therefore, we need some modern aircraft, there is no doubt about it. Certain aircrafts we already needed for our aircraft carrier. Now, we raised the aircraft carrier, we have the aircraft carrier, but we don't have the aircrafts. So, some of these Rafales are certainly required for the aircraft carrier. And Rafale is a tested aircraft in a manner that we have been able to fit and configure it to our requirement. So, in that particular case, I think these Rafales will plug the gap which exists between now and till the time we produce our own fifth generation aircraft. So some gap will be filled, and I think that would be good in a manner that now we are looking at 30% indigenization, although they will not give the source code. But then even a little bit of indigenous capability now, I think is going to perhaps help us out in maintaining these aircrafts. If we make and if we keep increasing the indigenous capability or indigenous content of this aircraft, I think we'll be better off. And I'm sure people who are negotiating will negotiate the transfer of technology accordingly to make sure that it's not only a one-time buy, but it helps us in developing our own technologies and maintaining the fleet of Rafale which we have without external help. Back to you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll leave it at that. Keeping a close track on that meeting, ladies and gentlemen. One of the questions that India has been asking from Malaysia is on whether Zakir Naik will be extradited. Zakir Naik has been shielded so far by Malaysia, and Republic questioned a top Malaysian defense official who was in Delhi attending an event that focused on defense preparedness and security. And we asked the defense official of Malaysia whether Zakir Naik would be sent back. Here is what he said.
Zakir Naik, Mr. Harun, given his alleged role in the in inspiring the 2016 Dhaka cafe attackers, he has a permanent residency there in Malaysia. What are the steps that you're taking to curb such radicalization, such influences, and why there's no substantial action against him yet?
As you know, I represent the Ministry of Defence. This is under the ambit of our internal security, so I cannot comment on that.
My next question around the same thing. There are multiple charges against Zakir Naik here in India, like money laundering, and then there is hate speech, there is terror funding as well. How is Malaysia considering the extradition of Zakir Naik to India?
Again, this is under the ambit of the Ministry of Internal Security, where I represent the Ministry of Defence.
Well, irony, because this particular conference that he was attending was on facing threats from unconventional ways and radicalization. And Zakir Naik is by far one of the biggest radical preachers of our times. Keep a close track on that story. Moving on, last night we had pictures come in of the Indian Army troops once again spotting another Pakistani drone and opening fire on it. Now that's the Pakistani drone that was spotted across the line of control, or near the line of control, over the line of control in that particular area, and we had to open fire. They were spotted entering Indian airspace along the line of control in the Rajouri district of Jammu and Kashmir, briefly hovered over the forward areas before retreating back. Our armed forces also activated counter unmanned aerial system measures, launched search operations to check for any airdropped weapons or contraband, which has been the SOP of Pakistan. They drop contraband, they drop arms using these drones. It's significant also because the Army Chief yesterday said that DGMO of both India and Pakistan have discussed and spoken about Pakistani drones intruding Indian airspace and crossing over the LOC. And this has been raised at an official level by India. And it appears to be a deliberate attempt, because in the last 48 hours there have been different attempts made. General Upendra Dwivedi yesterday also said that these appeared to be defensive drones possibly launched to assess whether any action was being planned by India to check for our forward deployments, etc. So these were drones that were spotted, and these drones were countered by our systems that kicked in the last 2 days. I'll go across to Gursimran, joining us live on the story, as once again Pakistani drones have been spotted along the line of control. It's happened 2 successive days, so reminds us of what happened in the wake of Operation Sindoor, while Operation Sindoor was ongoing. Gursimran is now live. Gursimran, for how many days have these drones been spotted? It appears to be a snooping op to check for forward deployments perhaps, or of any preparations by India?
See, Niranjan, what has happened that it was first on the 10th and 11th of the January when the drone was spotted. It was in the Sambha's Ramgarh sector, and then in the Sambha sector it was same day that 2 spottings were done. One was intercepted by the border security force, in which they recovered 2 pistols, 3 magazines and 1 grenade that was dropped using Pakistani drone. Then it was on the 11th and 12th of January when the drones were spotted. It was in the Nowshera area, it was in the area of Dharmsar, it was in the Bharak area, it was in the Sambha's Ramgarh sector, and in the Poonch Manjakot sector. In the Nowshera, the Indian Army opened fire on that very drone. Then it was a lull for a single day. Nothing was observed on 12th and 13th, but on 13th and 14th night, that is yesterday evening, we saw once again the Pakistani drone movement into the Indian area. Though it is said that it was a single or 2 drones, but the sighting was done at the multiple locations. It was under a single unit of the Indian Army that has been deployed in the Rajouri Chingas area and the Mankot area, that they saw the Pakistani drones entering into the the Indian territory, and they fired upon the Pakistani drone. Though what we are getting to know that the drones were flying at a very high when it comes to countering that with the fire, so the drone went back to the Pakistani territory. This area where the drones were spotted in the Chingas area and the nearby area, this has an infiltration gap that has been used in the past by the Pakistani terrorists to sneak in into the Indian territory. So there lies a possibility that it was a surveillance so as to look that from where the terrorist can cross over to the Indian territory. This is exactly the same what the Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi yesterday said, that they might be trying to push a group of terrorists into the Indian territory, but on ground the deployment of the Indian Army is intact to thwart any attempt of the Pakistani terrorists into the Indian territory. Then what we are getting to know that using the relevant channels, India has already taken up the issue. They have lodged a protest with the Pakistani side with the regular intrusion of the drones into the Indian territory, because this is not a drone entering Indian territory, but this is a serious violation of the airspace of India that mounts to a challenge that is being posed by the Pakistan and the Pakistani terror groups. So Indian Army is alert to the situation, and so does the Border Security Force as well as the Jammu and Kashmir Police. They want to ensure that there is no dropping, no surveillance that is being done on the Indian side. And we have seen yesterday also that the large-scale anti-tunnel operations and anti-drone searches, they were also underway in the border areas of Jammu.
Okay. Now, yesterday the Army Chief said that we have taken it up with the DGMO of Pakistan. Now, what kind of engagement has been on? Do we have more details of that call perhaps that was made between the DGMOs? It was yesterday, it was Tuesday, and every Tuesday there happens a call between the Indian DGMOs and the DGMOs of the Pakistan. During that call, it was conveyed to the Pakistani side that these kind of provocations, they need to be stopped immediately, otherwise it will have repercussions. Because see, it is not only the drones entering, as I have mentioned earlier also, it is a violation of the Indian airspace that can be treated equal to any of the provocation by the Pakistani side. And that is why India has warned the Pakistani counterpart. They have lodged a strong protest with the Pakistan side that this needs to be stopped immediately. But right after the Army Chief's statement, this another provocation from the Pakistan makes it very clear that Pakistan is in no mood to actually come to a situation where they want peace to be prevailing on the borders. They want the situation to escalate. They want to push more and more drones into the Indian territory, the surveillance drone, swarm drones, and any attempt that Pakistan wants to provoke India. And that was very clear. But the troops on ground, they are alert to the situation. They opened the fire as soon as they saw the Pakistani drones entering the Indian territory. The drones went back to the Pakistani territory. That has been confirmed to us after speaking to several of the officials of the Indian Army. Okay, thank you for joining us with those details. Okay, we'll move on now. To Gursimran, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, as protests escalate in Iran, Trump has warned of military action soon. He put out a tweet last night where he warned of American intervention. He said help is on the way. So we're keeping a close track on that story. We'll take a short break. We'll come back after the headlines, the update on Iran. Coming up. Stay tuned.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the two tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the two tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's
Hello viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live, we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Top story continues to come from Iran. Iran says that Trump is trying to destabilize the country, encouraging the protesters to continue their demonstrations. In fact, simultaneously, Tehran has approached the United Nations Security Council asking for intervention. That's the top story coming in with the headlines first. Let's get started. Top headlines we're tracking right now. Calcutta High Court is scheduled to hear ED's plea over Mamta's interference during IPAC raids this afternoon. Big defense boost for India. Defense Ministry likely to take up 3 lakh crore Rafale deal. Top Malaysian official confronted with questions on Zakir Naik. Zero response received. Indian Army falls multiple drone infiltration bids by Pakistan in 48 hours. Issues race with Pakistan DGMO.
We don't want to see people killed, and we want to see a little bit of freedom for these people. These people have been living in hell for a long time. That used to be a hell of a country. I have friends that used to invest in Iran.
As protests escalate in Iran, Trump warns a military action soon, calls transformation of Iran from democracy to hell. Crane falls on passenger train in Thailand, killing 22 people. Rescue operations are underway. across to Sambal. Bulldozer action continues there, viewers. And getting your live pictures coming in, viewers, of what is happening. This is Sambal. And in Sambal, we see that a bulldozer action is continuing. This is going the backdrop of the multiple actions that we are seeing, which have been taken against those who keep breaking the law, Team arrived in the Bicholi village, Sambal, for land measurement, and the administration team also brought a bulldozer to the site. There's illegal encroachment on 20 bighas of land in this village, and this is what the Tehsildar is saying. Getting these pictures coming in, these exclusive pictures on Republic TV. First exclusive pictures you're seeing on Republic TV. The pictures are live, and we are getting you exactly what's happening. This live pictures, by the way, viewers. As it's happening, you're watching it live, and this is illegal encroachment on 20 bighas of land in this village. So the administration has brought a bulldozer to the side, and we will, of course, also we have reporters there on the ground who are getting you these pictures, live pictures, which are coming in here, Republic TV. So bulldozer action continues in Sambal, and remember that Yogi Adityanath, the CM, has made it very clear that anybody who breaks the law will be facing bulldozer action.
आया जा रहा है, जैसा कि तहसीलदार ने भी बताया कि 20 एकड़ भूमि जो है, जो ग्राम सभा की है, जो अवैध तरीके से यहाँ पे अतिक्रमण किया गया था। इस घर को ही हम दिखाएं तो ये कोई घर यहाँ के, बल्कि इस गांव के जो प्रधान है, ये उनका घर है, जिसे ये तोड़ने की कार्रवाई जो है वो यहाँ पे जारी है। यानी देखिए, संभल में बैक टू बैक बुलडोज़र एक्शन देखने को मिल रहा है। अगर हम बात करें अलग अलग जगहों पर, अलग अलग गाँव में संभल के, इस तरह से तस्वीरें जो है वो निकल के सामने आ रही है। यानी प्रशासन जो है वो तो पूरी तरह से यहाँ पे अलर्ट मोड पर नजर भी आ रहा है, लेकिन साथ ही साथ अगर हम लेखपाल की टीमों की ही बात करें तो करीब 29 टीमें जो है वो बनाई गई हैं, और यहाँ पे प्रशासन की भी भारी मौजूदगी है। लेकिन उसी बीच ये जो तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि देखिए, जो अवैध अतिक्रमण है उसे पूरी तरह से यहाँ पे ध्वस्तीकरण की जो कार्रवाई है वो यहाँ पे हो रही है, ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है। ये प्रधान का घर है। 3 साल पहले भी नोटिस जो है वो इन्हें दिया गया था, लेकिन उसके बावजूद जो है उन्होंने खाली नहीं किया था। जैसा कि प्रधान का भी कहना है कि उनका ये जो केस मुकदमा जो है वो चल रहा था, लेकिन 3 साल पहले साफ नोटिस जो है वो दे दिया गया था कि आपका वैध अतिक्रमण है और इसे आप खाली कर दीजिए, लेकिन उसके बाद खाली नहीं करते हैं। और ये देखिए, ये बुलडोज़र एक्शन जो है वो यहाँ पे आपको बिछौली गांव में देखने को मिल रहा होगा। और ये पूरा देखिए, जितने भी ये अवैध अतिक्रमण है, करीब 20 बीघा अवैध अतिक्रमण जो है वो इस गांव में बताए जा रहे हैं। काफ़ी ज़्यादा संख्या जो है वो है। तो ऐसे में देखिए, बुलडोज़र एक्शन वो यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहा है। स्टार्टिंग में अगर हम बात करें तो देखिए, जिस तरह से शुरुआत में थोड़ा महिलाएं जो हैं वो यहाँ पे देखिए, महिलाओं का एक गुस्सा जो है वो भी देखने को मिल रहा था। परिवार का यही कहना था कि उन्हें 2 दिन का समय दिया जाए, लेकिन प्रशासन का कहना यही है कि 3 साल पहले भी नोटिस जो है वो थमा दिया गया था, लेकिन उसके बावजूद जो है खाली नहीं किया गया। और अब यहाँ पे बुलडोज़र एक्शन आपको देखने को मिल रहा होगा। और यहाँ पे 2 बुलडोज़र है। ये पूरा प्रधान का घर है, और ये देखिए, बुलडोज़र एक्शन जो है वो यहाँ पे चल रहा है। 2 बुलडोज़र एक्शन, 2 बुलडोज़र लगाए गए हैं, और इस पूरे गांव में जहाँ जहाँ अवैध अतिक्रमण है उस पर ये कार्रवाई जो है वो चलेगी। लेकिन इसकी शुरुआत यहाँ के प्रधान के घर से हुई है। प्रधान की जिम्मेदारी होती है कि कहीं अवैध अतिक्रमण होता है तो उसकी जानकारी दे, लेकिन यहाँ पे तो लूप होल ऐसा निकल के सामने आया है कि यहाँ पे प्रधान ने ही अवैध तरीके से जो है अतिक्रमण किया हुआ था। और ऐसे में अगर हम तस्वीरें आपको यहाँ से दिखाएं तो देखिए, यहाँ पे ये एक्शन जो है वो चल रहा है। थोड़ा आगे भी अभी हम आपको लिए चलेंगे, क्योंकि एक बुलडोज़र एक्शन यहाँ से हमने आपको दिखाया था, लेकिन दूसरे एक्शंस की बात करें तो देखिए, 2 बुलडोज़र, अभिषेक इन दोनों बुलडोज़र को दिखाइए। देखिए, जो एंट्री गेट था उसे भी पूरी तरह से जो है तोड़ दिया गया है, ढहा दिया गया है। ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई जो है शुरू हो गई है। यहाँ पे पहले उन्हें समय दिया गया कि आपके जो भी इम्पोर्टेंट जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स है, जो भी सामान है, आप उसे हटा लीजिए। हालांकि देखिए, इनका यही कहना था प्रधान का कि उन्हें 2 दिन का समय दिया जाए, लेकिन प्रशासन की तरफ से यही कहा गया कि 3 साल पहले नोटिस थमा दिया गया था, लेकिन उस दौरान भी इन्होंने खाली नहीं किया। और ये देखिए, ये पूरी तरह से देखिए किस तरह से योगी राज में अगर हम बात करें, बाबा का बुलडोज़र किस तरह से यहाँ पे अवैध अतिक्रमण को लेकर चल रहा है, उसकी सीधी तस्वीरें जो है वो भी यहाँ पे आपको दिखा रहे हैं। और साफ तौर पर ये एक संदेश है कि जिन्होंने भी अवैध तरीके से अतिक्रमण किया है, कोई बचेगा नहीं। यानी अवैध अतिक्रमण को लेकर के बाबा का बुलडोज़र जो है वो हर जगह चल रहा है, और ऐसे ही चलता आएगा। और बिछौली गांव में इसकी शुरुआत ठीक प्रधान के घर से ही की गई है। एक बार यहाँ पे पुलिस प्रशासन की मौजूदगी भी दिखाए तो देखिए पुलिस प्रशासन की ये मौजूदगी आपको नज़र आ रही होगी। किसी तरह से कोई माहौल जो है टेंस्ड ना हो, अराजक तत्व की तरफ से कुछ टेंस्ड माहौल ना हो, इसे लेकर के भी देखिए यहाँ पे पुलिस प्रशासन जो है वो भी मौजूद है। हालांकि जो घर के सदस्य हैं जिनके घर पर ये कार्रवाई हो रही है वो भी यहाँ पे मौजूद है। अंदर बात करें तो देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पे प्रधान जो है वो अंदर है, अपने परिवार के साथ है यहाँ पे। और ये बुलडोज़र एक्शन जो है वो संभल के बिछौली गांव में हो रहा है। जितनी भी सामानें थी वो सब खाली करवाया गया है। ये रूम आपको पूरा नज़र आ रहा होगा जिसे खाली किया गया है। और अब यहाँ पे देखिए कार्रवाई और बुलडोज़र एक्शन ये चल रहा है। बात अगर हम करें तो संभल के अलग अलग गांव में जो है इस तरह की कार्रवाई जो है वो देखने को मिल रही है। और जिस तरह से संभल का पूरा प्रशासन भी काफ़ी सख्त जो है वो भी नज़र आ रहा है। भारी पुलिस की मौजूदगी है और पुलिस की मौजूदगी में बाबा का ये बुलडोज़र जो है वो चल रहा है। यानी अवैध अतिक्रमण जिन्होंने भी किया है उनको भी एक साफ तौर पर सबक है कि उन्हें छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। जिनका भी अवैध अतिक्रमण है उसे बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई जो है वो यहाँ पे ज़रूर की जाएगी।
Yes, so we have a reporter there who's getting us all these updates from our Republic Bharat team, and she is getting us live updates. Sambal UP, pictures coming in of the bulldozer action, which is continuing, and this is action being taken against illegal encroachment. So we have our reporter who's giving us these live pictures and a live report coming in from UP's Sambal. So the team which has arrived, like we told you, in the Bicholi village in Sambal for land measurement, and the administration team just didn't arrive. They also got a bulldozer with them. ये बुलडोज़र यहाँ पे आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि संभल के बिछौली गांव में यही बुलडोज़र जो है वो चल रहा है। और साफ तौर पर बताए तो देखिए एक तरफ पुलिस की मौजूदगी, दूसरी तरफ बाबा का बुलडोज़र, और यहाँ पे जो भी अवैध अतिक्रमण थे देखिए किस तरह से पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त जो है घर को वो किया जा रहा है। यानी ये पूरा कमरा था, घर था, अवैध तरीके से सालों से बना हुआ था और अवैध तरीके से सालों से बना करके खुद यहाँ के प्रधान रह रहे थे। और ऐसे में उनके ही घर से बिछौली गांव में ये कार्रवाई जो है वो शुरू हुई है। यानी साफ तौर पर एक संदेश है कि प्रधान हो या कोई भी हो, जो भी अगर गलत काम करेगा, अवैध तरीके से घर बनाएगा, उस पर ये कार्रवाई ज़रूर होगी। सर एक बार आपसे भी जानना चाहेंगे कितने पहले सर इन्होंने आप लोगों ने नोटिस थमाया था?
इनको ट्रायल कोर्ट जो है तहसीलदार संभल के न्यायालय से बेदखली हुई कुछ लोगों की, तो उसके बाद ये अपीलांट कोर्ट जो है जिलाधिकारी महोदय संभल की कोर्ट में अपील में गए। वहाँ से इनकी अपीलें खारिज हो गई हैं। अपील खारिज होने के बाद हम लोग जो है मौके पर बेदखली कराने आए हैं।
तो आपने इन्हें से पहले भी समय दिया था?
हाँ, पहले भी इनको समय दिया गया था, तो लोग समय ही मांगते रहे, बाकी इन्होंने खाली नहीं किया।
अभी भी ये कह रहे थे कि हमें 2 दिन का और समय चाहिए।
अब ये तो खैर कहने की बात है, लेकिन इनको पूर्व से सूचना
पहले प्रशासन की तरफ से समय हमेशा दिया गया है। और अभी देखिए ये चूँकि प्रधान के घर से यहाँ पे कार्रवाई जो है वो शुरू हुई है, और ये कार्रवाई कहाँ तक फैलेगी, क्योंकि 20 बीघा ज़मीन ग्राम सभा का जो पूरी तरह से यहाँ पे अवैध है कब्जा।
देखिए अभी केवल 3 घाटों पे बेदखली कार्रवाई की जा रही है, और जो नंबर है उनको चिन्हित किया जा रहा है। चिन्हित होने के उपरांत देखा जाएगा उसमें क्या क्या जो है बेदखली कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जाएगी। उसमें
इन लाइन में जितने भी घर है जो अवैध बताए जा रहे हैं, तो आज उन पर भी एक्शन?
हाँ, सभी पे होगी कार्रवाई, सभी पे होगी।
आप लोगों की कितनी टीमें हैं?
हमारे लोग 24-25 लोगों की टीम है यहाँ पे।
25 लेखपाल?
हाँ।
तो अब देखिए लेखपाल की टीम की ही बात करें तो 24-25 लेखपाल है, पुलिस प्रशासन जो है वो भी है। और ये देखिए घर का जो छत था उसे भी यहाँ पे ढहा दिया गया है। यानी घर का छत जो है उसे ढाया गया है, छज्जा जो है उसे भी तोड़ा गया है, ये पूरा कमरा था उसे तोड़ दिया गया है। यानी कार्रवाई काफ़ी तेज़ है। और साफ तौर पर जैसा कि लेखपाल का भी कहना है कि लगातार उनकी तरफ से परिवार को एक अल्टीमेटम दिया जा रहा था कि वो अवैध है, इसे खाली करें, लेकिन वो सिर्फ समय पर समय मांगते रह गए और इसे खाली नहीं किया। और इसी को लेकर के अब यहाँ पे जो कार्रवाई जो है वो यहाँ पे देखी जा रही है। हालांकि आस पड़ोस की बात करें तो शुरुआत में देखिए एक गुस्सा जो है वो देखने को मिला, लोग भी इकट्ठे हुए, लेकिन पुलिस प्रशासन की सूझबूझ से उन्हें तो शांत करवाया गया है। और प्रशासन जो है देखिए यहाँ पे बेहद ही पुलिस प्रशासन जो है उनका एक्शन तो दिखने को मिल ही रहा है। और पूरी तरह से यहाँ पे बात करें तो देखिए सभी को समझाया बुझाया गया है कि ये अवैध है और जो आदेश है कोर्ट की तरफ से आदेश पारित किया गया है उसे पूरी तरह से उसका पालन करना होगा और वो कार्रवाई यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रही है। घर का छत उसे तोड़ दिया गया है। ये गेट, पूरे घर की भी बात करें तो देखिए ये प्रधान का घर था जिसे तोड़ा गया है। सबक और मैसेज साफ कर दिया गया है कि कोई भी हो, चाहे वो प्रधान हो लेकिन या कितना भी कोई बड़ा आदमी हो, अगर अवैध कब्जा है तो कार्रवाई तो शुरू होगी और पहले आप ही के घर से शुरू होगी। ये संदेश जो है ये भी प्रशासन की तरफ से दिया गया है। बात संभल की करें तो अलग अलग गांव से भी इस तरह की तस्वीरें लगातार सामने आ रही है और संभल में इन दिनों जो है काफ़ी ज़्यादा बुलडोज़र एक्शन देखने को मिल रहा है। हालांकि ये सारी कार्रवाई जो है पिछले साल से ही शुरू हो गई थी लेकिन धीरे धीरे जितने भी अवैध अतिक्रमण है सब पर बुलडोज़र और बुलडोज़र का एक्शन जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। लेकिन देखिए फ़िलहाल 20 बीघा ज़मीन है। पूरे इस बिछौली गांव की बात करें, जैसा कि यहाँ के तहसीलदार ने भी बताया कि 20 बीघा ज़मीन है वो अवैध बताया गया है। कुछ धार्मिक स्थल जो है वो भी इसमें हो सकते हैं, ऐसा अंदेशा उन्होंने जताया है। हालांकि उस पर कार्रवाई होगी, थोड़ी देर बाद होगी, लेकिन इनका यही कहना है कि अभी कार्रवाई की शुरुआत जो है वो इनके घर से हुई है और आज ये कार्रवाई चलेगी। आगे कब तक कंटिन्यू होगी वो भी देखने वाली बात होगी, लेकिन फ़िलहाल ये एक्शन और ये तस्वीरें
well, that's Komal from our Republic Bharat team, and she is getting us live pictures first and exclusive on Republic TV. This is the bulldozer action which is continuing in Sambal. Like Komal was telling us that this process was planned for maybe an year. Bulldozer action underway in Sambal's Bicholi village. These are live pictures on Republic TV. Which are coming in now. This is on illegal encroachment on 20
दो बुलडोजर जो है वो तैनात किए गए हैं और दोनों बुलडोजर का एक्शन यानी बाबा के बुलडोजर का एक्शन जो है वो संभल के बिछौली गांव में तो देखने को मिल रहा है। लेकिन एक बार तस्वीरें पुलिस प्रशासन पर भी दिखाइए कि यहाँ पे देखिए पुलिस प्रशासन की भी मौजूदगी जो है वो भी आप देख सकते हैं। जो गांव की महिला है जिनके घरों को तोड़ा जा रहा है, देखिए वो किस तरह से छत पर खड़े होकर के देख रही है। लेकिन सबक उनके लिए है कि अगर आप अवैध अतिक्रमण करेंगे तो एक दिन आपके ये जो अवैध मकान है उसे ढहाया जाएगा और यही संदेश जो है वो ध्वस्तीकरण और बुलडोज़र की कार्रवाई से दिया जा रहा है। शुरुआत में परिवार और थोड़े गांव के लोगों का एक गुस्सा जो है वो देखने को मिला, लेकिन प्रशासन की सूझबूझ से वो गुस्से को पूरी तरह से प्रशासन ने देखिए लोगों को समझाया कि कोर्ट का आदेश है और आप कोर्ट के आदेश के विरुद्ध नहीं जा सकते हैं। और इसी को लेकर के देखिए किस तरह से ये मकान था, लोगों का घर था, घरौंदा था, लेकिन अवैध तरीके से बना था और उसी को लेकर के यही कार्रवाई हुई है और पूरे घर को देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पर ढहाया गया।
All right, that was Komal, my colleague, who is getting us live pictures coming from Sambal, Uttar Pradesh. First, exclusive, head of village, headman in Bicholi village is being bulldozed. Illegal encroachment is a reason behind this. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories that we are tracking on Republic TV. And let's put our focus, viewers, on the biggest global story making the headlines. Iran protests and the aftermath of the Iran protests. Right now, we see that US President Donald Trump has said that the protesters should continue their demonstrations. And that's created a lot of tension because US President Trump has publicly urged Iranian protesters to continue demonstrations, telling them help is on the way and calling on them to take over institutions as the country faces one of the deadliest crackdown in years. His remarks made on social media without specifying the nature of the assistance comes amid mounting unrest and a rising death toll, drawing sharp criticism from Russia, which warned that external interference could have disastrous consequences for the Middle East and global security. Protests in Iran have entered the third week with at least 2,000 reportedly being killed so far. Okay, so the situation is very critical there. And I just want to go ahead and play out that statement of Donald Trump.
Ideally, you'd like to see it, but what we want to see is we don't want to see people killed, and we want to see a little bit of freedom for these people. These people have been living in hell for a long time. That used to be a hell of a country. I have friends that used to invest in Iran, and they did well with their investments. It was a great place. The people were great. Even the leadership was good. And now it's living in hell.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague. I'm being joined by Shivam from our Republic newsroom. Shivam, very good afternoon. But what we see right now is that the Iran protest, many twists and turns coming in. Now, we see that Trump has said He's asked the protesters to continue their protest. At the same time, Tehran has approached the UNSC asking for an intervention. What's the latest?
Definitely, this is Donald Trump again warning Iran and showing solidarity towards the protesters who are protesting in Iran, and he wants the protests to continue and become even larger. Now, in a post also on Truth Social, he has posted, he wrote, and I quote, he said, Iran patriots, keep protesting and take over your institutions. Save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. And he also said that I have cancelled all the meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters it stops. Help is on the way. MEGA. And again, he has said MEGA President Donald J. Trump. This is what he has posted. Now, more than 2,000 protesters along with security officials have died. They have been killed in the protest in the last 2 weeks, and the protests are supposed to continue even more. And Donald Trump has clearly stated that you should take over the regime. He's hinting towards a regime change in Iran because the relation between Iran and America, as we all know, have never been cordial. And the situation this time is very tense, heightened US messaging about Iran's situation, and this remark towards the protesters, asking them to keep continuing and keep protesting. Now, White House is indicating multiple options are open, the multiple options are on table, and there can be some sort of intervention from United States. Now, Caroline Levitt yesterday had just told that many options are under consideration. Diplomacy, however, they told, remains first option. The US government has also highlighted the messaging that comes from Iran are on two different levels. When they speak privately, it's quite different. When they speak on a public platform, it's quite different. But it appears to be a clear warning to Iran, and also against showing a support to the protesters. Definitely what Donald Trump wants in Iran is a regime change, and he wants a regime that favors the United States of America.
That's
Back
right,
to you, Shubham.
Sharma. Thank you for getting us those details. The Republic will keep getting our viewers the latest on the Iran protests. About 2,000 people, including security personnel, have been killed, viewers, in protests in Iran. An Iranian official has said this on Tuesday, blaming terrorists for those deaths. The first time authorities have acknowledged that high death toll from an intense crackdown on 2 weeks of nationwide unrest. The Iranian official said that what he called terrorists were behind the deaths of both protesters and security personnel. The official did not give a breakdown of who had been killed. This is a top story we're tracking right now, and a big report where we get you the latest coming in on this big international development.
Thousand people were killed in the anti-government protests in Iran. Iranian officials are blaming terrorists for the deaths of civilians and security personnel. For the last 2 weeks, Iran has been facing anti-government protests. The protests began as demonstrations in Tehran's bazaars over rampant inflation. The Iranian rial surged to 994,055 against the US dollar, marking a significant devaluation of the national currency in a single day. The protests morphed into an uprising against the Khamenei regime. Inflation has made it difficult for Iranian citizens to purchase essentials like cooking oil and vegetables. The rial's continued fall in the past 24 hours stems from ongoing public protests and economic uncertainty driven by severe U.S. and UN sanctions, high inflation, and the government's recent elimination of a subsidized currency rate for essential imports, all of which have led people to convert savings into foreign currency. The internet in the country has been blocked as protests rise.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
I think one thing President Trump is very good at is always keeping all of his options on the table, and airstrikes would be one of the many, many options that are on the table for the commander-in-chief. Diplomacy is always the first option for the president. He's told all of you last night that what you're hearing publicly from the Iranian regime is quite differently from the messages the administration is receiving privately, and I think the president has an interest in exploring those messages. However, with that said, the president has shown he's unafraid to use military options if and when he deems necessary, and nobody knows that better than Iran.
حرف بی ربطی که اگر چنانچه دولت ایران چنین کنه من میام به طرف شما رو میگیرم، این طرف این اغتشاشگرها و افراد مضر برای کشور، این هم دلشون خوشه و اگه میتونه کشور خودش رو اداره کنه، تو کشور خودش حوادث گوناگونی وجود داره.
Amid the fiery protests, U.S. weapons and explosive devices have been found in several homes in Iran, the Iranian intelligence agency claims. Iranian intelligence has also intercepted a foreign truck full of weapons. Some 273 pieces are said to have been professionally concealed inside the vehicle.
که فرد کمی نیست، رئیس سازمان CIA بوده در زمان آقای ترامپ. ایشون توییت زده و میگه که من سال جدید رو به ایرانیانی که در خیابان‌ها هستند و به مأمورین موساد که در کنار اونها حرکت میکنند تبریک میگم. یعنی یک اعتراف صریح که مأمورین موساد تلاش کردند که این جریان تروریستی رو هدایت بکنن.
Wenn sich ein Regime nur noch mit Gewalt an der Macht halten kann, dann ist es faktisch am Ende. Ich gehe davon aus, dass wir jetzt hier auch gerade die letzten Tage und Wochen dieses Regimes sehen.
As Iran grapples with escalating unrest and mounting protests against the regime, the Khamenei leadership faces growing pressure with no signs of relief. The key question now is whether the demonstrations will subside or intensify into a movement demanding regime change and the return of exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi.
And viewers, will continue to be live and we will be breaking. Coming up next, Kya Kara High Court to hear ED's plea against Mamta's interference in the IPAC raids. That's a top story we're tracking. Stay tuned. You're watching India's #1 news channel, Republic TV.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the two tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase. Hot.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized two oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the two tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on Calcutta High Court's scheduled hearing on ED's plea over Mamta's interference during IPAC raids this afternoon. Remember, viewers, where Mamta Banerjee interfered and took away evidence from the location during the ED raids at IPAC. This and a lot more, but first up, the headlines. Calcutta High Court is scheduled to hear ED's plea over Mamta's interference during IPAC raids this afternoon. Big defense boost for India. Defense Ministry likely to take up 3 lakh crore Rafale deal. Top Malaysian official confronted with questions on Zakir Naik, zero response received. Indian Army foils multiple drone infiltration bids by Pakistan in 48 hours, issue race with Pak DGMO. As protests escalate in Iran, Trump warns of military action soon, calls a transformation of Iran from democracy to hell. Crane falls on passenger train in Thailand, killing 22 people. Rescue operations are underway. All right, we're getting a big breaking news right at this moment. Breaking news coming in. BJP leader K. Annamalai has slammed DMK Supremo and Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin, saying Stalin keeps talking all senseless things out of desperation, highlighting the NDA's edge in the upcoming 2026 assembly polls. Now, Annamalai said, numbers never lie. Numbers never lie. NDA has taken Tamil culture and infrastructure to another level, and Tamilians realize that. It's a big development, big breaking news that is coming in. This is from BJP leader K. Annamalai, who has slammed DMK Supremo and Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin. Now he has said, and I quote, Stalin keeps talking all senseless things out of desperation, highlighting the NDA's edge in the upcoming 2026 assembly polls. Annamalai also said, and I quote, that numbers never lie, and NDA has taken Tamil culture and infrastructure to another level, and Tamilians realize this very fact. So this is a scathing attack on DMK Supremo and Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin on him by BJP leader K. Annamalai, where he has slammed DMK Supremo and Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin. Let's listen into what he has said.
Numbers don't lie, madam. Anybody can compare statistical numbers of UPA 2004 to 2013-14 and NDA numbers from 14 to 25 now. Numbers don't lie. Whatever be the number, it is at least 3 or 4 times it is more. Be it the grand in aid, be it the schemes that has come to Tamil Nadu, be it the allocation that has happened for railways. So people of Tamil Nadu knew it is Modi ji in the last 10 years has taken Tamil culture to a different level, has taken Tamil infrastructure to a different level. Everybody knows. What is more important is in this election year, the sky-high anti-incumbency against the DMK government has to be tapped properly to NDA, and that is for which all of us are working very hard. And the Honorable PM himself is visiting Tamil Nadu on this 23rd of January to Chennai, and we are extremely confident, come elections and come results, Tamil Nadu will come the NDA way. Madam, normally when a person is losing power, they will keep talking all kinds of senseless things. He called Amit Shah ji also in a very bad name a few weeks back. It is only shows the signs of desperation, madam, nothing else.
All right, now we have Sharda with us to speak on this issue. Sharda, so he is very confident about the upcoming assembly polls, about the upcoming 2026 assembly polls, where he has slammed the DMK Supreme. What are the latest details you are fetching?
Well, right now, there's a long fight with the DMK and the BJP going on, with the BJP constantly telling that the DMK in the last 4 years, during even with the elections coming up, have not done anything productive for Tamil Nadu. And especially today, Annamalai's tweet showed how strong the India alliance is against the DMK in power, and very sure about dethroning them from the power in 2026. Same goes for AIADMK. Just a few minutes back, the party spokesperson speaking to the public mentioned that the DMK in the last 4 years has not done nothing but just implemented Dravidian ideologies in the name, and have not implemented any of the schemes or whatever was mentioned in the manifestos was not successful, is what the AIDMK also points out, saying that the DMK in the last 4 years has been multiple times made sure that the farm failed the farmers, especially during the monsoon season. Being at Pongal, we know that it is the harvest season now for the farmers, and going back to September, October, November, where the monsoon is heavy in the state of Tamil Nadu. They've pointed out how DMK has spoken about a lot about helping farmers in their manifesto, but failed to do that completely. And also with the upcoming elections, the NDA is putting on a stronger front. We also know that in the background, there is a fight in the alleys of the UPA, which includes the Congress and the DMK. There's been constant talks about power sharing and seat sharing of the Congress with the DMK, but there is no answer from the DMK on the power sharing, whereas the Congress continues to state that they would at least take 3 ministerial positions. And on the other hand, we also have Pravin Chakravarti, who met actor Vijay. So we can see that there is a ally versus ally fight in the DMK versus Congress, and there might be questions rising up in the future very soon whether Congress will continue with DMK or not as well.
All right, thanks a lot for the information on this story. All right, let's move on to our next top story that we are getting right at this moment. And INS Cow Dindria, which departed from Porbandar on 29 December to arrive in Muscat. Big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment, and big breaking news on your television screen that we are getting right now. This is INS Kaundinya, now which departed from Porbandar on 29th December to arrive in Muscat. Now Indian diaspora in reaches Sultan Qaboos Port for the welcome. These are the visuals that you are getting of INSV Kaundinya, and these are the latest visuals on your television screen. So this, which departed, the INSV Kaundinya departed from Porbandar on 29th December to arrive in Muscat. Indian diaspora has reaches Sultan Qaboos Port for the welcome of INS Kaundinya, reaches Oman. Now, it's a hand-stitched ship which was built with 2,000-year-old technology, now completed the sea voyage in 18 days. All right, the traditional Indian ship, this is INSV Kaundinya, which was hand-stitched in India and successfully completed a historic sea voyage and has reached Muscat, Oman, after 18 days at sea. The ship's arrival near the Muscat coast was confirmed on Wednesday, that's today. A 16-member crew, which is being led by Commander Vikas Shevran, was on board on the vessel. Now, Kaundinya departed from Porbandar in Gujarat on December 29, 2025, and marking its first international voyage. Although the journey was initially planned to take about 15 days, it was completed in 18 days. These are the latest visuals of INSV Kaundinya on your television screens. Had completed an 18-day sea voyage and has reached Muscat, Oman, and a 16-member crew, which is being led by Commander Vikas Shevran, is on board on the vessel Kaundinya, which departed from Porbandar in Gujarat on December 29, 2025. Now, this information on your television screen, the visuals on your screen. This is the first international voyage for INSV Kaundinya. Now, the visuals on your television screen. The crew members also. INSV Kaundinya is inspired by a 5th century painting from the Ajanta caves. The ship was built in Goa using an ancient stitching technique that dates back nearly 2,000 years. It is made entirely of wooden planks stitched together with coconut fiber without using any metal nails. The vessel has no engine, I repeat, no engine or GPS. It runs on square cotton sails and paddles, as you can see. Seems like an old ship, but it's historic, and the technology is around 2,000 years old, but still works perfectly fine, as you can see. It has done a wonderful sea voyage, as you can see, with a 16-member crew on board. No engine, no GPS, runs on square cotton sails and paddles, and depends on wind power. So it's the wind sails, as you can see, that used to be in the previous ships, the historic ships, as you used to see. It's a 2,000-year-old technology running on cotton sails and paddles and running on wind power. This idea or the project was conceived by economist Sanjeev Sanyal. The center approved the project in 2023 to showcase India's ancient shipbuilding traditions on the global stage. 2,000-year-old Asian shipbuilding technology that India possessed. And following this, you can see the visuals on your television screen. It was launched in Goa. This ship, which was launched in Goa in February 2025. Its sails carry the symbols of Gandharbarunda and the sun. The bow features a carved Simha Yali figure, while a symbolic Harappan-style stone anchor has been placed on the deck. Now, these features highlight India's maritime heritage. This is INSV, ladies and gentlemen, INSV Kaundinya on your television screen. It is named after Kaundinya, who was a famous Indian navigator of the 1st century who sailed across the Indian Ocean to Mekong Delta and married a Cambodian princess. Now, it reflects India's long tradition. This vessel, this INSV Kaundinya, reflects India's long tradition of maritime travel, trade and cultural exchange. These are the exclusive latest pictures on your television screen from Muscat, Oman. It has completed its voyage from Porbandar, and it completed in 15 to 18 days. There are around 16 sailors on board, including a captain.
It's a 65 feet long vessel, and the width is around 22. Height is around 13 feet tall, and it weighs around 50 tons. No engine, no GPS, wind sails, and running on wind power and pedals. All right, for more details, we have Senior Executive Editor Abhishek with us. Abhishek, if you can put into a perspective what this ship is all about. I'm being told, and what reports suggest, it doesn't have an engine. It runs on wind power. It's a 2,000-year-old technology, sir.
Let's cut to Sanjeev Sanyal. He's someone who's there on board, who was on board. Very good afternoon to you, Sanjeev, from here. And about 15 days on board, sailing with the winds. How's been the experience?
It's been great. It's actually 18 days. Today is the 18th day. We are lining up now for the entry, the ceremonial entry into Muscat Harbour, the Sultan Qaboos Harbour. Our Omani friends have put on a big show. They've got a whole bunch of small fishing vessels lined up, traditional vessels, and big event on the other side. So we are lining up for entry, ceremonial entry. We've got our sails up, and it's quite a great day.
We're getting these pictures, and these are fantastic pictures, Sanjeev, and we can imagine the kind of excitement that must have been there. But was the journey equally exciting, or there were some moments where you thought that maybe you should not have taken this enterprise?
Not at all. I've been working on this project for over 5 years. So, went through the concept to design to actually building the ship, then testing its seaworthiness, training on it, and then, of course, the voyage over the last 18 days to Muscat from Porbandar. It's been exhilarating. Of course, these are tough conditions. It doesn't have too many modern amenities on it. So, it's running purely on wind. But it's not just wind. It's the sails are of an ancient square sail design. It's not doesn't have a nail on it. The hull is completely stitched together with coil rope. It uses steering oars and all such things. So we do have some modern navigation and a few communication stuff, but other than that, it's mostly functioning on technology from 1,500 years ago.
Oh, what were the objectives like? I mean, you have, as you said, worked on this project for 5 years. So there must have been some objective to be, rebuilding a, as you call, stitched ship and set sail from Gujarat to Oman to sort of retrace the ancient times. But there must have been some very modern objectives also in your mind when you conceived it.
Yeah,
and of course, the Indian Navy got involved.
Yeah, the objective is, of course, to show that, India has a great maritime past. Very often the way Indian history is told, our rich maritime history and traditions are not talked about very much. But in fact, we have one of the richest maritime histories of any country in the world going back to the Harappan period. So one of the ideas was to build a ship from that time, sail it, and sort of rekindle and both an interest in history as well as a spirit of risk-taking and adventure in the next generation. And of course, once a concept name comes together, the Ministry of Culture was very kind to support it. The Navy took up the project to try and build this. There's a shipbuilder, Hodi, which agreed to take on the project. And of course, through the course of this last few years, we have had help from the Ministry of Shipping, the Ministry of External Affairs, and so on. And so here we are in Muscat.
Well, as I can sense from this conversation, Sanjeev Sanyal, there are cultural takeaways, there are maritime takeaways, there are historical takeaways, even civilizational takeaways. Are there some geostrategic takeaways also?
Well, I mean, Oman is a old friend. So we have been trading with them for the last 5,000 years. And, this voyage was announced about 2 years ago when His Majesty the Sultan of Oman had visited India, and the joint statement between him and the Honorable Prime Minister of India, this joint communique had mentioned this voyage. So here we are fulfilling that promise, and sort of meeting old friends and renewing our friendship.
Since you traveled from Gujarat, Sanjeev, there is a Muscati market in Ahmedabad famous for its very fine cloth. And it's been there from medieval times. So that historical connect is there, which you have sort of tried to re-establish. My last question to you, since you mentioned that this is for the coming generation so that they can draw inspiration from the past and look forward. You have written a book on the history of oceans. Are you going to follow it up with a book on this project that you worked on for 5 years?
Well, I have lots of material, but let me see. As with anything, I need some time and perspective before one can write these things down. Because right now I'm still in the heat of the voyage itself. Remember, I'm entering Muscat. I still have to go through till I dock, and then we have various events as well lined up. So I will think about this after a little while. But it's been quite an adventure.
Well, absolutely quite an adventure, and you are while you are still on board, we are looking at these pictures coming from the coast and the harbour, and you are coming in, and hopefully we will come back to you in a bit after you have been received.
We are right now turning around.
Yeah.
So we are now hitched up to an Indian Navy ship that will tow us in. So now we will turn around and make the ceremonial entry.
Right, so we are in fact getting pictures from that ceremonial welcome also that you're going to get at the port. But thank you so much, Sanjeev Sanal, for joining us and having this conversation after 18 days on the high seas in a sailboat without an engine. We'll, of course, come back to this conversation once you're back. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thanks,
Okay, with that, I take it back to the studios.
All right, thanks, Abhishek, for the insight on the development. INSV Kaundinya, it took an 18 days voyage and it has reached Muscat, and it's a historic achievement. It's a historic sea voyage, and the 16-member crew was successful. As you can see from the visuals on your television screen, it was received in Muscat, Oman, and it's a traditional Indian ship based on a 2,000-year-old Indian technology. All right, viewers, let's move on to other big news that we are getting right now at this moment. Annamalai speaking in Delhi today invites Vijay for a tie-up. Big development, big breaking news. He noted that all anti-DMK votes should come together. Says DMK is desperate now as they already know that the results are not in their favor. Says the 2026 is a four-corner fight, and calls Seaman from NTJ and Vijaya's TVK to come in all together as anti-DMK. Says there's a long way for election and they can work together to make sure there's no irregular distribution in votes. So big development, big breaking news on your television screen, as you can see. And he has the BJP's open offer to Vijaya for a tie-up in Tamil Nadu. And he said must consolidate all anti-DMK votes. So he has called in all to join against DMK in this fight for the upcoming elections. Big development. Annamalai invites Vijay. All right, for more information, we are being joined by Sharda. Sharda, can you share more details about this? Annamalai has invited Vijaya for a tie-up. They want to fight elections together.
So everything combined together, we celebrate Pongal. And I hope and pray this coming Pongal year will be a great year for all of us, across all cultures. And together, we all work together for Viksit Bharat 2047 in a spirit of togetherness. That is my vision prayer, madam.
Much anticipated Tamil Nadu elections are just near the corner. The concerns around DMK's corruptions are increasing. What are the chances of BJP's comeback there or NDA's comeback for that matter in Tamil Nadu?
It is very high. NDA will come to power for sure. The anti-incumbency of the DMK government is very, very high, sky high. And fortunately, unfortunately, Tamil Nadu is also seeing a four-corner fight as of now. Not in many Indian states we will see a four-corner fight. So four-corner fight in a past the post-democracy. Many people are concerned about the vote split, but I am not really concerned. Because our alliance has got the chemistry, our alliance has got a purpose, our alliance has got the experience. With the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji coming to Tamil Nadu on 23rd January, right after Pongal, kicking off our the active poll preparation. From then on, we have about good 60-70 days in the ground level. Our booth workers are strong. For the last many months, our state president has gone on a yatra. The opposition leader has just finished his yatra. So cadres are working together with the single aim that DMK should be taken out of power. So I'm very confident you will see a 2/3 number of seats being won by the NDA partners.
My last question around the Karur incident. We saw so many innocent lives lost there. CBI has summoned actor turned politician Vijay again on 19th January. He's clearly denying any part to be played, any role to be played in that incident. How do you see that?
Madam, there are two things. One is a moral responsibility, one is a legal responsibility. So from day one, we are very clear that legally it is the DMK government that is the main responsible for the whole mess that is created. The DMK government has arrested a couple of TVK functionaries also. Now, since the matter has gone to Supreme Court and later to CBI, a Supreme Court retired judge led CBI inquiry. Now it is for everybody to cooperate. In fact, the Tamil Nadu police senior officers are also getting summoned. The ADGP Law and Order, ADGP Intelligence, the Karur District SP, Collector, everybody CBI is summoning. The whole idea of CBI, what I understand from outside as a common man, is they want to get to the root of this issue. How the permission was sought, how it was given, why they given this plan, the nature of Vijay's movement on that particular day. So they want to go to the root of this issue. Let us wait for this completed. All of us pray for the innocents who lost their life, and more importantly, the people who made sure that incident happened, they should not be spared. So justice has to operate in two parts. One part, justice should have a soft court. Whoever has died, we have to take care of them. People are already giving monetary compensation, including BJP. The second part, who is responsible, without even any fear or favor, you should go after them. We hope and pray CBI will do that.
Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to us. This was K. Annamalai confirming and confident about the NDA's comeback there in Tamil Nadu. This is Soumya Jaiswal with Vijay Manish for Republic TV.
All right, so this is the big development, and today Annamalai is in full attack mode, full action mode. He has launched scathing attacks on DMK. He shows full confidence of victory, and he has also clearly mentioned that it is a four-corner fight, and he has called for all parties to come together, to unite together for its fight against the DMK government. So this comes exclusively on Republic TV, on your television screen. As you can see, K. Annamalai spoke exclusively to us on Republic TV, and he has launched scathing attack on DMK, and he's fully confident of the victory for the 2026 polls. Well, viewers, let's move on to our next segment and get you top national stories in Bharat in One. Kathua police launched a massive anti-terror operation in the Rajbagh area after two suspects were spotted by a local. Teams of SOG Kathua, led by SP Operations, are conducting extensive search operations in the region. The areas of Jakole, Juthana and Sufain have witnessed multiple encounters in 2025, resulting in the killing of 4 JKP personnel and the neutralization of 2 terrorists. Airspace restrictions will be imposed at Delhi airport between 26th and 29th January in connection with Republic Day celebrations. Non-scheduled flights will not be permitted to take off or land between 8:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Republic Day. On January 29, during the beating, the retreat ceremony, curbs will remain in force. A joint services multi-speciality medical camp was conducted in Lakshadweep, which was inaugurated by Navy Chief Admiral Dinesh Tripathi. The Indian Navy provided multi-speciality healthcare across 5 islands, including cardiology, neurology and ophthalmology services. All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, after a short commercial break, Calcutta High Court scheduled to hear ED's plea over Mamata's interference during IPAC raids this afternoon. Coming after a short commercial break. Coming up.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की देगी मीरज
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and in this bulletin, our top focus is on Calcutta High Court's scheduled hearing on ED's plea over Mamata's interference during the IPAC raids this afternoon. Remember, viewers, where Mamata Banerjee interfered and took away evidence from the location in the ED raid during the raid at IPAC. This and a lot more, but first up, the headlines. Calcutta High Court scheduled to hear ED's plea over Mamata's interference during IPAC raids this afternoon. Big defense boost for India. Defense Ministry likely to take up 3 lakh crore Rafale deal. Top Malaysian official confronted with questions on Zakir Naik, zero response received. Indian Army foils multiple drone infiltration bids by Pakistan in 48 hours, issue raised with Pak DGMO.
We don't want to see people killed, and we want to see a little bit of freedom for these people. These people have been living in hell for a long time. That used to be a hell of a country. I have friends that used to invest in Iran.
As protests escalate in Iran, Trump warns of military action soon, calls transformation of Iran from democracy to hell. Crane falls on passenger train in Thailand, killing 22 people. Rescue operations underway. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story of the moment. The ED has moved the Supreme Court, accusing the West Bengal government and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee of obstructing its search operations conducted at the offices of political consultancy, that is IPAC, and its director Pratik Jain in Kolkata as part of a money laundering probe linked to an alleged coal pilferage scam. The hearing is scheduled for this afternoon. The ED has claimed that state authorities interfered with the raid, removed key documents and electronic evidence, and disrupted the investigation. Now, in response, West Bengal has filed a caveat seeking to be heard before any court order, setting the stage for a high-stakes legal battle. So definitely it becomes a high-stakes legal battle because Mamata on camera, there's visual evidence where she can be seen carrying away the evidence. Also, the laptop, the mobile phone, she's carrying away the proof that was supposed to be taken away by the ED officials for investigation into the matter. All right, we now have Kisle joining us to speak more on this issue for the latest updates. Kisle, what are the latest you are fetching? Tell us more about the chronology of the legal battle that has started and what can we expect next? Kisle, over to you.
Well, exactly. I'll point out that around 2:30 p.m. today, the hearing is scheduled to begin. So in a few hours, in some time now, we can get updates about the hearing. On the other hand, there are key aspects to this hearing. First of all, last time we saw how a group of TMC legal cell members came in the courtroom and tried to disrupt and actually disrupted the hearing last time. They did not allow the hearing to happen and it was rescheduled. Now today the court has taken enough precautions so that similar situation does not arise again. For that, the hearing has been prepared to be held in a closed door courtroom. Inside the courtroom, only the parties who are connected to the case, who are directly responsible for the case, would be present. No outsiders would be present in this courtroom according to the directions of the court. And on the other hand, the hearing, in the hearing, there will be key personalities who will be joining virtually and it will be live streamed. So all these precautions has been taken so that no untoward situation takes place like the last time. On the other hand, as you are talking about the chronology, we know that the ED had approached the High Court and the Supreme Court later as well in order to ensure that the files which were taken away by Mamata Banerjee, it was stolen by Mamata Banerjee. I had asked her question right when she was stealing away those files. I was there from Republic Bangla. I was present. I asked her questions. She threatened me and she went away with all those files. Other reporters were also present. Now ED is trying to get back those files. ED is also trying to get CBI into the matter so that this whole criminal conspiracy to steal information and key evidences can be exposed. On the other hand, what information, what evidences she took away is also a question that ED is trying to understand, and they are trying to ensure that all those evidences come back to their hands so that the investigation can go on in the routine manner.
All right, Kisle, thanks for the latest updates on this story. We'll come back to you for more updates as this story unfolds, and we'll get back to you for more updates on the hearing as it begins. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. Now, the Chief of the Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, said Operation Sindoor was a defining example of India's resolve and restraint, praising the moral strength and professionalism of the armed forces and the youth, while highlighting the contribution of over 75,000 NCC cadets. Watch this report.
Operation Sindoor was a defining demonstration of India's resolve and restraint, a reflection of the moral strength and professional excellence of our armed forces and our youth alike. During Operation Sindoor, our over 75,000 NCC cadets volunteered across the country, working tirelessly in civil defense, hospital management, disaster relief, and community services. In 2025, 10 NCC cadets, 5 boys and 5 girls with an average age of just 19, successfully submitted Mount Everest, and I was privileged enough to interact with them during the flag off as well as the flag-in ceremony. This was not just a physical achievement, it was a message to the entire nation. With discipline and determination, there is no height we cannot reach. Drone training is the latest technology frontier in the NCC, moving beyond traditional training, and the same is meant to equip the cadets with skills for modern challenges.
Well, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news that is coming in right at this moment, and this is from Telangana. The Telangana High Court has ordered a status quo against the Congress decision to allot 1 acre of government land in Borabanda to the Telangana Waqf Board for setting up a Muslim graveyard. The land, located in a residential area, is estimated to be worth around rupees 30 crore. The allotment order triggered strong opposition from local residents and the opposition. Now, this is the third time the Congress government has faced a backlash from the residents for allotting lands for Muslim graveyards within Jubilee Hills constituency. The first being in Shaikpet, where the army had intervened. The second being in Eragada, where the residents opposed, and this is the third time in Borabanda. Now, the Telangana, this big development, Congress government allotted land to Waqf Board. All right, let's listen into what the latest we are getting, the latest reactions on this.
The Telangana government, as an appeasement policy, they are giving land in the heart of the city and the residential areas for graveyards. During Jubilee Hills elections, for the sake of few Muslim votes, they had given land at Shaikpet, which is within the residential area, and the residents of that area opposed it. Then they gave it in the Yusufgura and now Borabanda. This Borabanda and this type of activity by the Telangana government giving graveyard land for the Muslim within the Hindu residential locality is opposed by the Bharatiya Janata Party and also the local residents. Thanks to the Honorable High Court of Telangana that it has stayed in all the cases. The government has gone to an extent of even allotting the defense land which the government has no rights over it to Muslim graveyard. This is how the Telangana government is trying to appease the Muslim minorities for the sake of a few votes. This type of appeasement policy is opposed by Bharatiya Janata Party. In one instance, even in Shamirpet Mandal, a village where only 2 Muslim families stay, they have given 6 acres of graveyard land, and High Court also had stated that particular matter. So people have to go to court for justice. The residential area within the city, a prime area is being given for graveyards to one community. Bharatiya Janata Party feels that this is a height of appeasement policy.
All right, for more information, we are being joined by Aishwarya to speak on this issue. Aishwarya, this is once again, this is the third time Congress has been accused of giving land to the Waqf Board or to a Muslim graveyard. Now, this land, which was located in residential area, now Congress is facing backlash because of this, and it is also being told that the land was worth around 30 crore rupees. Can you share more details on this story?
Right, as you rightly pointed out, this is the third time that the Congress government has faced this backlash and faces setback where it was trying to allocate a government land to Waqf board for graveyard purposes for the Muslim community there. If you actually look into it, all the three occasions falls under Jubilee Hills constituency, one being Sheikpet, second being in Erragada, and third now currently in Borabanda. All the three cases within the Jubilee Hills constituency, which recently went into by-poll and the Congress government had won there. The major promises there was allocating graveyard land to the graveyard there for the Muslims, because the Muslims there were the Muslim community in Jubilee Hills constituency was demanding land for graveyard for a very long time. This was an ongoing issue for several years. So the Congress government, in cashing upon this, tried to pitch to appease the people there. They also made several tall promises during the campaignings as well, and won the by-poll seat there. But however, all the three times that they have given land, it had backfired upon them, which has also upsetted the Muslim community there, saying that this was a long-standing issue that they were facing, and they saw some hope in the Congress government, but the Congress government had failed them because not once, not twice, but thrice they have given the land for graveyard, but without proper research, without proper reference, or without proper proper survey. They have allocated lands in the prime residential areas to the graveyard, where the thrice, one time there was an opposition from the army, second time there was opposition from the gated communities there, and third time from the residents who are claiming that you cannot give empty lands or empty government lands in a prime residential locations to graveyard, where there are ample number of lands in the outskirts of Hyderabad or near also ample Waqf land that can be utilized for these purposes. But what the local BJP as well as the residents are claiming, that giving away lands or government lands to Waqf for in the prime locations is something that is not acceptable by the residents there. So this is the third time that they have faced a backlash, and after the protest led by the Borabanda here recently, which had happened, the Telangana High Court had issued a status quo on the government land, saying that this cannot be for now used as the graveyard as given by the Congress government.
Well, definitely this happens after a court intervention. But what are the other political reactions that you are getting? What's the Congress reaction, if there's any, on this? And also, people are quite angry because BJP and the people call it a politics of appeasement, where for votes you are giving away prime land from prime locations just for appeasement politics. Aishwarya.
Rightly, the BJP had strongly opposed this particular appeasement politics method technique that the Congress government has been cashing upon, because as we rightly talked before, because of the Jubilee Hills constituency, which has almost 22% of Muslim population there. So this was a major demand by them that they had proposed to the Congress government, saying that they need lands for graveyard, but the Congress government trying to appease them, they have given away the lands, prime lands. So this particular these particular techniques of Congress government was heavily called down upon by the BJP and the residents there as well, because they were saying that you cannot give away prime residential locations, residential lands falling in prime locations to graveyard purposes. There are other lands, lands in the outskirts, lands that are quite unimportant, that can be used for these purposes, but not prime lands in prime locations. So they have called down upon heavily the BJP and even the residents there, after which the High Court, they went to the High Court, and after High Court intervention, the residents got relief because the court ruled in the favor of the residents.
Definitely, Aishwarya, when land is available in other parts of that place, why to give away prime land? Thanks a lot to put that into perspective. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next segment and get you all the top national stories in Bharat in 1 minute. Kathua police launched a massive anti-terror operation in the Rajbagh area after 2 suspects were spotted by a local. Teams of SOG Kathua, led by SP Operations, are conducting extensive search operations in the region. The areas of Jakhole, Juthana and Sufai have witnessed multiple encounters in 2025, resulting in the killing of 4 JKP personnel and the neutralization of 2 terrorists. Airspace restrictions will be imposed at Delhi Airport between 26th and 29th January in connection with Republic Day celebrations. Non-scheduled flights will not be permitted to take off or land between 8:30 am to 1 pm and 3 pm to 6 pm on Republic Day. On January 29, during the beating the retreat ceremony, curbs will remain in force. A joint services multi-speciality medical camp was conducted in Lakshadweep, which was inaugurated by Navy Chief Admiral Dinesh Tripathi. The Indian Navy provided multi-speciality healthcare across 5 islands, including cardiology, neurology, and ophthalmology services. Well, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news that is coming in right at this moment, and this is the Pakistan and terror fronts planning another Pahalgam. There's a big question to this. Are they planning another Pahalgam? Lashkar commander targets Hindus and calls for beheadings. Big breaking news. Lashkar's Musa says can't solve Kashmir with dialogue, and he again says, he reiterates that we need terror. Lashkar's Musa has said that you can't solve the Kashmir issue with dialogue and you need terror. Now, under Munir's watch, Lashkar calls for Hindu beheadings. So there's again the call for beheading of Hindus. They want Hindus to be brutally murdered once again, as it was done during the Pahalgam massacre of Hindus. And Hindus were targeted separately. They were called and targeted and killed, brutally murdered. Now this big development comes where Pakistan and terror fronts are supposedly planning another Pahalgam, because Lashkar commander targets Hindus and he has called for beheading of Hindus. And he has again said, in the language of Pakistan, the radicals of Pakistan, the terrorists of Pakistan, that the Kashmir issue cannot be solved with dialogue and you need terror. Terror is the only option when it comes to the solution of Kashmir, as per Pakistan and the radical elements of Pakistan, as per Lashkar-e-Toiba. Musa, this commander, he's again making claims. He's threatening Hindus. He's trying to threaten India. He'll be given a befitting reply by armed forces. But a big news coming in. Pakistan and terror fronts planning another Pahalgam. Big breaking news. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. Now, about 2,000 people, including security personnel, have been killed in protests in Iran, an Iranian official said on Tuesday, blaming terrorists for their deaths. The first time authorities have acknowledged the high death toll from an intense crackdown on 2 weeks of nationwide unrest. The protests in Iran, the Iranian official said that what he called terrorists were behind the deaths of both protesters and security personnel. The official did not give a breakdown of who had been killed, like the protesters or the security personnel, the exact numbers of both of them. The unrest sparked by dire economic conditions has been the biggest internal challenge to Iranian authorities for at least 3 years and comes amid intensifying international pressure after Israeli and US strikes last year. Watch this report for more detailed information on what's unfolding in Iran.
Thousand people were killed in the anti-government protests in Iran. Iranian officials are blaming terrorists for the deaths of civilians and security personnel. For the last 2 weeks, Iran has been facing anti-government protests. The protests began as demonstrations in Tehran's bazaars over rampant inflation. The Iranian rial surged to 994,055 against the US dollar, marking a significant devaluation of the national currency in a single day. The protests morphed into an uprising against the Khamenei regime. Inflation has made it difficult for Iranian citizens to purchase essentials like cooking oil and vegetables. The rial's continued fall in the past 24 hours stems from ongoing public protests and economic uncertainty driven by severe U.S. and UN sanctions, high inflation, and the government's recent elimination of a subsidized currency rate for essential imports, all of which have led people to convert savings into foreign currency. The internet in the country has been blocked as protests rise.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
I think one thing President Trump is very good at is always keeping all of his options on the table, and airstrikes would be one of the many, many options that are on the table for the commander-in-chief. Diplomacy is always the first option for the president. He's told all of you last night that what you're hearing publicly from the Iranian regime is quite differently from the messages the administration is receiving privately, and I think the president has an interest in exploring those messages. However, with that said, the president has shown he's unafraid to use military options if and when he deems necessary, and nobody knows that better than Iran.
حرف بی ربطی که اگر چنانچه دولت ایران چنین کنه من میام به طرف شما رو میگیرم، این طرف این اغتشاشگرها و افراد مضر برای کشور، این هم دلشون خوشه و اگه میتونه کشور خودشو اداره کنه، تو کشور خودش حوادث گوناگونی وجود داره.
Amid the fiery protests, U.S. weapons and explosive devices have been found in several homes in Iran, the Iranian intelligence agency claims. Iranian intelligence has also intercepted a foreign truck full of weapons. Some 273 pieces are said to have been professionally concealed inside the vehicle.
که فرد کمی نیست، رئیس سازمان CIA بوده در زمان آقای ترامپ. ایشون توییت زده و میگه که من سال جدید رو به ایرانیانی که در خیابان‌ها هستند و به مأمورین موساد که در کنار اونها حرکت میکنند تبریک میگم. یعنی یک اعتراف صریح که مأمورین موساد تلاش کردند که این جریان تروریستی رو هدایت بکنن.
Wenn sich ein Regime nur noch mit Gewalt an der Macht halten kann, dann ist es faktisch am Ende. Ich gehe davon aus, dass wir jetzt hier auch gerade die letzten Tage und Wochen dieses Regimes sehen.
As Iran grapples with escalating unrest and mounting protests against the regime, the Khamenei leadership faces growing pressure with no signs of relief. The key question now is whether the demonstrations will subside or intensify into a movement demanding regime change and the return of exiled Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi.
Right, viewers, let's move on to our next story. Now, fire broke out at the residence of BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad today at around 8 in the morning. The quick response of the firefighting team brought the fire under control. 3 fire tenders and forensic team reached the location. An investigation of the cause of the fire is going on. Watch this report for more information.
At 8:05 a.m. this morning, a fire incident was reported at the official residence of BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad. 3 fire tenders immediately reached the spot and doused the fire. The Patna Sahib MP was not at his residence at the time of the incident.
पटना से बीजेपी के सांसद और पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री रविशंकर प्रसाद के दिल्ली स्थित आवास 21 मदर टेरेसा क्रेसेंट रोड पर आज सुबह तड़के करीब 8:05 पर दमकल विभाग को फोन आता है कि यहाँ पर एक आग लगने की घटना। उसके बाद दमकल विभाग की टीम यहाँ पर घर पर पहुँचती है और आग बुझाने का सिलसिला शुरू हो जाता है। बताया जा रहा है कि करीब आधे घंटे के अंदर इस आग पर काबू पा लिया गया। जिस तरीके से जानकारी मिलती है कि कमरे में एक बेड पर इस तरीके से आग की घटना की कॉल दमकल विभाग को मिलती है। उसके बाद पूरी तरीके से आग को बुझाने का काम शुरू किया जाता है और आधे घंटे के अंदर काबू पा लिया जाता है। हालांकि इस घटना में किसी भी तरीके से किसी को किसी प्रकार की हानि नहीं हुई, ये गनीमत की बात रही है। लेकिन हाई प्रोफाइल इलाके में हाई प्रोफाइल व्यक्ति के घर में इस तरीके से घटना को लेकर जो अमला है पूरी तरीके से हरकत में आ जाता है। पूरी तरीके से जो अमला और तुरंत ही कॉल मिलते ही पहुंचता है और आग पर काबू पाने के यहाँ पर प्रयास शुरू कर दिए जाते हैं। और अब जिस तरीके से सुरक्षा को लेकर अब यहाँ पर सवाल उठ रहा है और किस तरीके से आग लगी, इस घटना की पूरी तरीके से अब जांच की जा रही है। और कहा जा रहा है जिस तरीके से जो कॉल के दौरान बताया गया कि एक रूम में एक बेड पर इस तरीके से आग की घटना सामने आई है।
No casualties or injuries have been reported in this incident. Delhi Police Forensics team along with the fire officials are investigating the exact cause of the inferno.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo.
from Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Calcutta High Court scheduled to hear ED's plea over Momata's interference during IPAC raids at 2:30 p.m. Big defense boost for India. Defense Ministry likely to take up 3 lakh crore Rafale deal. BJP sends open offer to TVK chief Vijay for a tie-up in Tamil Nadu, says must consolidate anti-DMK votes immediately. It's a historic 18-day voyage INSV Kondinya, which departed from Porbandar on the 29th of December, docks in Muscat. Top Malaysian official confronted with questions on Zakir Naik, zero response received. And as protests escalate in Iran, Trump warns of military action soon, calls transformation of Iran from a democracy to hell. Crane falls on passenger train in Thailand, killing 22 people. Rescue operations underway. Alright viewers, thank you for staying with us. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Arnab Mitra. At 2 p.m. we start this edition with some breaking news. Coming in, this is a statement from Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind Chief Arshad Madani, who has now slammed the Congress. In fact, we have that full statement that has been put out by the Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind Chief Arshad Madani, who's now attacking the Congress, saying that the party has had a soft stance against Hindutva. This is the big breaking news that we are getting in at the moment. This is a comment that has come in from Arshad Madani, who has essentially trained his guns at the Congress party, saying that the party has taken a rather soft approach to the ideology of Hindutva and not done enough to counter the growing stance of Hindutva in India. So this is the latest face-off that we are getting in, viewers. Madani targeting the Congress, essentially saying that the party is going extremely soft on Hindutva. And we'll just get you that full statement from the party. All right, we're being joined by the Congress party's Udit Raj on the phone line. Mr. Raj, if you can hear me, what is your first comment on this remark that has now been made by the Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind chief against your party?
See, one thing I would say that our party is secular, and there is no question that party is being soft Hindutva. They should look into themselves what they are doing, and party absolutely is very clear that religion is a personal matter, and as per constitution we carry our activities, our conducts are perfectly in the framework of the constitution.
Right. All right, Mr. Raj, thank you for joining us and giving us your perspective. Viewers, this is the statement that has now come in from the Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind chief, Arshad Madani, who has trained his guns at the Congress party. And on that note, viewers, I'm being joined by senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, live with me from the newsroom. He'll give us more details about what this essentially entails. Abhishek, do tell us, how do you read this comment that has now been made by Madani on Hindutva?
Well, this is incendiary because Mr. Madani does not represent secularism. He represents Jamiat Ulema-e-Hind. It's a body of Muslim clerics. it's a body which works for the spread of Islam and for the protection of Islam, which they are entitled to, of course. But the fact of the matter is that a country was created in the name of Islam in 1947, and he cannot now say that we made a contract with the Congress party. It was Muslims making a contract with India that they would accept the secular ethos. Now, whether Mr. Madani can look within and honestly say that the Muslims of India have accepted those secular ethos is the question, and not whether the Congress was soft on this communalism or that. He can say Congress was soft on Hindu communalism, and some others can say that Congress was actually pandering to Muslim sentiments, was soft on Muslim communalism, and was because of its Muslim appeasement politics being soft on them. The fact of the matter is that Mr. Madani has no locus to give certificates of secularism to anyone, including the Congress party, because he does not represent any secular force. And so I think that's a debate which this very long post that he has come out with as being an arbiter of secularism, which he is not. And so I think there would be going forward a conversation on whether Mr. Madani can indulge in this kind of guilt tripping for a country which is civilizational, which holds civilizational secular values, not Mr. Madani, his organization. And as I said, they have to look within whether they have really accepted the secular ethos of this land, like, for example, the Muslims in Indonesia have. Why is it, for example, that in countries like Saudi Arabia and UAE, there are visa restrictions being put on Indian Muslims or South Asian Muslims coming in, particularly preachers? So I think there is a reason why Mr. Madani should be looking within rather than holding this, or rather than giving certificates of secularism, because he does not have the locus for that.
All right, Abhishek, thank you very much for joining us and giving us your perspective. We'll track that story very, very closely for you viewers. For the moment, we shift on to more news coming in. Now, this is a statement that was, we posed some questions to a top Malaysian defense official on the whereabouts of controversial Islamic preacher Zakir Naik. And three direct questions that have been asked directly by Republic TV. Despite repeated queries on Malaysia's position on harboring Zakir Naik, there was no response that was received. That full conversation that this diplomat had with my colleague Soumya for you now.
Zakir Naik, Mr. Harun, given his alleged role in the in inspiring the 2016 Dhaka cafe attackers, he has a permanent residency there in Malaysia. What are the steps that you're taking to curb such radicalization, such influences, and why there's no substantial action against him yet?
As you know, I represent the Ministry of Defense. This is under the ambit of our internal security, so I cannot comment on that.
My next question around the same thing. There are multiple charges against Zakir Naik here in India, like money laundering, and then there is hate speech, there is terror funding as well. How is Malaysia considering the extradition of Zakir Naik to India?
Again, this is the ambit of the Ministry of Internal Security, where I represent the Ministry of Defense.
All right, viewers, we move on to the big headline of the hour. In just a short while from now, that big hearing will begin in the Calcutta High Court. This is a petition that was filed by the Enforcement Directorate alleging that West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee obstructed the conduct of the raids that were conducted by the ED at the residences and offices of IPAC co-founder Prateek Jain as part of a money laundering probe that is linked to a coal pilferage scam. The hearing is scheduled for this afternoon. In fact, it's just scheduled to begin in just a short while from now, about 20 minutes from now. The ED has claimed that state authorities interfered with the raid, removed key documents and electronic evidence, and disrupted the investigation. Now, this is something that was shown exclusively and from frame to frame, by Republic TV. We were live throughout the day, viewers, when that action was taking place at the Godrej Waterside building in Salt Lake in Kolkata, when ED officials reached the IPAC office to investigate the case. We did see Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee essentially, and the Bengal police in fact, obstruct the raids. They went upstairs to 13th floor. They brought down the files and they stacked piles and piles of files in their car. Now, this is something that has now reached the Calcutta High Court. In just a short while from now, we expect the ED's petition to be heard. All right, we'll go across to our correspondent Kishalai, who joins us from the Bangla newsroom. Kishalai, do tell us what is it that we expect from the High Court hearing today?
Exactly around 2:30 p.m. I'll update you about the timings and what's going to happen, what's expected. About 2:30 p.m. today, the hearing is expected to begin. Now, we have seen the last time the same case was heard in the High Court. There was a complete chaos in the courtroom, which was caused by the TMC legal cell workers and advocates. In fact, the ED has submitted to the Supreme Court as well as the High Court that there were WhatsApp group messages where the TMC legal cell advocates were requested to come to that particular courtroom allegedly and create chaos so that the hearing may not happen, which ED was trying to argue against Mamata Banerjee. Now, such instances should not be repeated again. That is what the High Court believes. Therefore, precautions have been taken. What precautions have been taken? First of all, the hearing will happen within a closed door courtroom today, and no individual who is not connected to this particular case would be allowed to enter inside the courtroom. So only the parties and their advocates will be allowed in the courtroom. Apart from that, no one would be allowed. On the other hand, the hearing will be live streamed. On the other hand, there will be certain individuals who will be coming for the hearing, appearing for the hearing in the online mode and not personally coming in. Therefore, there have been several precautions that have been taken in order to prevent any chaos or disorder within the courtroom. On the other hand, we expect ED to submit to the High Court about all the nuisances that happened since the day when Mamata Banerjee appeared at Pratik Jain's office, took away all those files and ran away with those files. We know that she stole all those information and evidences, and ED is wanting all those evidences back to their custody. Therefore, ED would be requesting to get back those evidences. On the other hand, reporters from Republic Bangla, including me, we asked Mamata Banerjee, I asked Mamata Banerjee why she is running away with those files and whether coal scam money was used in elections or not. She threatened me, she threatened us, and she left without answering our questions. Today, ED will be raising the same issues in the High Court in a while.
Right, Kishle, and I think it's also pertinent to mention how the ED has essentially told the court before about the role that was played by not just the Chief Minister in obstructing the raids, but also by the Bengal police, the DGP and the Chief Secretary. And this is something, that as I can see here, the ED has mentioned in its plea, it has mentioned the party and essentially, set the record straight on how her party members were hell-bent on blocking a legitimate, what the ED claims is a legitimate investigation into Pratik Jain.
Mamata Banerjee gave out a soundbite where she said, the next day after this happened, she said that I went to the ED to the IPAC office as a TMC leader. I went there not as a chief minister. I went there as the TMC leader in order to take away my information about my party because ED is trying to steal information about our party, the TMC. But the question is, why the DG of West Bengal Police, why the CP of Kolkata Police, why the Chief Secretary of West Bengal, why the Home Secretary of West Bengal was accompanying a TMC leader then? They would accompany a chief minister, that's natural, that's normal, that can happen. But if Mamata Banerjee went there as a TMC leader, as a TMC supremo, then why the state administration was following her is a question. ED is saying that it is a complete criminal criminal offense to steal evidence and to run away with those evidences. ED wants all those information, all those files that Mamata Banerjee had stolen back to their custody. Therefore, they are pleading for the same. On the other hand, in the submission, ED also mentions how the whole investigation process was interrupted. It was in a way stopped, and all those key evidences were stolen, were taken away, kidnapped, and also they very specifically mentioned that how the West Bengal police also played a role in this whole matter.
Right, all right, Kishale, thank you very much for joining us. Viewers, Republic TV will bring you the fastest, most appropriate, most accurate live updates from court when that hearing begins. For the moment, we shift our focus to Tamil Nadu, where just months ahead of the assembly elections, the BJP has made an offer to TVK chief Vijay for a tie-up. He has, in fact, this is a statement that has come in from BJP leader Annamalai, who has said that all anti-DMK votes should be consolidated ahead of the elections, and has also gone on to attack the Stalin government, saying that the DMK is desperate now as they already know that the results are not in their favor. He has also essentially expressed confidence, viewers, that the NDA will make a breakthrough in poll-bound Tamil Nadu. We have that full exclusive conversation with Annamalai. Listen in.
So, what are your Pongal wishes first of all?
Madam, Thai month, the new Tamil month, which is starting tomorrow, day 1. It is a very important auspicious month because of the ascending nature of Lord Surya. And this is a day that brings all of us together. This is the day we pay our respects to our former friends. This is the day we give importance to Mother Nature. So everything combined together, we celebrate Pongal. And I hope and pray this coming Pongal year will be a great year for all of us across all cultures, and together we all work together for Viksit Bharat 2047 in a spirit of togetherness. That is my wish and prayer, madam.
Much anticipated Tamil Nadu elections are just near the corner. The concerns around DMK's corruptions are increasing. What are the chances of BJP's comeback there or NDA's comeback for that matter in Tamil Nadu?
It is very high. NDA will come to power for sure. The anti-incumbency of the DMK government is very, very high, sky high. And fortunately, unfortunately, Tamil Nadu is also seeing a four-corner fight as of now. Not in many Indian states we will see a four-corner fight. So four-corner fight in a past the post-democracy. Many people are concerned about the vote split, but I am not really concerned. Because our alliance has got the chemistry, our alliance has got a purpose, our alliance has got the experience. With the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji coming to Tamil Nadu on 23rd January, right after Pongal, kicking off the active poll preparation. From then on, we have about good 60-70 days in the ground level. Our booth workers are strong. For the last many months, our state president has gone on a yatra. The opposition leader has just finished his yatra. So cadres are working together with the single aim that DMK should be taken out of power. So I am very confident you will see a 2/3 number of seats being won by the NDA partners.
My last question around the Karur incident. We saw so many innocent lives lost there. CBI has summoned actor turned politician Vijay again on 19th January. He's clearly denying any part to be played, any role to be played in that incident. How do you see that?
Madam, there are two things. One is a moral responsibility, one is a legal responsibility. So from day one, we are very clear that legally it is the DMK government that is the main responsible for the whole mess that is created. The DMK government has arrested a couple of TVK functionaries also. Now, since the matter has gone to Supreme Court and later to CBI, a Supreme Court retired judge led CBI inquiry. Now it is for everybody to cooperate. In fact, the Tamil Nadu police senior officers are also getting summoned. The ADGP Law and Order, ADGP Intelligence, the Karur District SP, Collector, everybody CBI is summoning. The whole idea of CBI, what I understand from outside as a common man, is they want to get to the root of this issue. How the permission was sought, how it was given, why they given this plan, the nature of Vijay's movement on that particular day. So they want to go to the root of this issue. Let us wait for the CBI inquiry to get completed. All of us pray for the innocents who lost their life, and more importantly, the people who made sure that incident happened, they should not be spared. So justice has to operate in two parts. One part, justice should have a soft court. Whoever has died, we have to take care of them. People are already giving monetary compensation, including BJP. The second part, who is responsible without even any fear or favor, you should go after them. We hope and pray CBA will do that.
Okay, let's get in a quick word from my colleague Sharda, who joins us live from Chennai. Sharda, Annamalai has put specific focus, emphasis on 3 words: experience, purpose and chemistry. But the question really is, how do you assess this? Do you believe that Vijay will join hands with the NDA? Because not once, not twice, but it has been many times over the last many months of his campaigning that Vijay has made it clear that he does not ideologically align with the BJP. So where do you see this offer really standing ahead of the elections?
Right, from day one, TVK leader Vijay has clearly mentioned that the DMK is their political enemy and ideologically it's the BJP. Now, earlier AIADMK had its wing open to have the TVK in its alliance, but after the NDA alliance was formed under Edappadi K. Palaniswamy on May 7th, which also had BJP under its wing. Now, there was a question whether TVK would actually join the NDA alliance or not. Later on, which TVK had constantly blamed the centre and the DMK, which is the ruling here, and said that it is both the parties that it's spoiled the entire name of Tamil Nadu. And now we can see in the later recent times that especially after the Karur incident, that Vijay has been nominating only himself as a CM candidate and says that his party is open to have alliance with any other parties, with anybody, but if it is Vijay who is the CM candidate, not. And they keep reiterating that Vijay will be the CM candidate, following under his wing is when the other parties can join. Same goes for the AIADMK, which says that the NDA leader would be the Edappadi K. Palaniswamy for Tamil Nadu. Now, there was also questions where Vijay was open to joining Congress, as there was multiple rumours in between Congress and DMK alliance breaking out, with multiple MPs pointing out that they want power sharing with the DMK was not applicable for it. And now there's a big question lying with the elections coming up, whether Vijay would either choose Congress or NDA after Annamalai has opened the floor for him. Back to the studio.
Right. All right, Sharda, thank you very much for joining us. We'll keep a close watch on what happens ahead of the Tamil Nadu elections. Ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly now take you to Jammu and Kashmir, where the Indian Army is maintaining high security and vigilance across the international border, the India-Pakistan international border in Rajouri district, very close to the line of control. And specifically why? Because in the last 24 to 48 hours, the Indian Army has foiled multiple drone infiltration bids that were initiated from the Pakistan side. Now, this is an issue that has been mentioned very categorically by the Chief of Army Staff, General Dwivedi, and has also gone on to mention and state that this is an issue that India has raised with Pakistan DGMO. Take a look at the latest.
The Indian Army has once again foiled Pakistan's infiltration attempt, delivering a strong message along the line of control. Suspected Pakistani drone were spotted along line of control in Rajouri. But the alert troops acted swiftly and opened fire after Pakistani drones intruded into Indian airspace in Rajouri.
The army troops that were deployed, they saw the movement of the suspected Pakistani drone several times after they opened a series of rounds on the drone. The drone went back to the Pakistani territory as being reported from the sources on ground. The defense sources have also confirmed that this is a repeated trend that has been witnessed all along the line of control, where Pakistan is trying to invade its drones into the Indian territory. Earlier also, day before yesterday, there was a major attempt where 5 Pakistani drones were spotted along the line of control as well as international border, and in the Nowshera sector, Indian Army opened the fire at the Pakistani drone.
Multiple Pakistani drones were spotted hovering near traditional infiltration routes in Chingas, Keri and the Manakot area of Rajouri. With the drone threat escalating, forces across the sector have been put on high alert. This is not the first spotting of the Pakistani drones in the Indian territory. Earlier, security forces picked up movement of suspected drones in several forward areas along the international border and line of control in the Samba, Rajouri and Pooch district of Jammu and Kashmir on Sunday. All the flying objects came from the Pakistani side and returned after hovering over Indian territory for a few minutes.
ये जो ड्रोन्स अभी हमने देखे हैं, ये बहुत छोटे ड्रोन्स हैं, ये लाइट ऑन करके आते हैं, ये बहुत हाइट पे नहीं जाते हैं और ये बहुत ही कम देखे गए हैं। जैसे 10 के आसपास तकरीबन 6 से 7 देखे गए थे, 11 और 12 तारीख को 2 से 3 देखे गए हैं। तो ये जो ड्रोन थे, ये मैं समझता हूँ कि डिफेंसिव ड्रोन थे, जो कि ये ऊपर आके देखना चाहते हैं कि हमारे अगेंस्ट कोई कार्रवाई तो नहीं हो रही है। मैं ये मना नहीं कर रहा हूँ, हो सकता है कि वो ये भी देखना चाहें कि कोई कहीं गैप तो नहीं है, इंडियन आर्मी में कोई ढिलाई तो नहीं है, कोई गैप हो जहाँ से वो टेररिस्ट वहाँ से भेज सकें। तो मेरे ख्याल से उनको उसका नेगेटिव जवाब ही मिला होगा, उन्होंने देखा होगा कि आज की तारीख पे कोई ऐसी जगह नहीं है, कोई ऐसे गैप्स नहीं जहाँ से वो भेज सकें। लेकिन ये जरूर है, आज जो हमारी डीजीएमओ स्टॉक हुई है, उस स्टॉक में इसके बारे में जिक्र किया गया है और उनको बताया गया है कि ये हमें मंजूर नहीं है और कृपया करके इस पे लगाम लगाइए।
According to sources, India has officially launched a strong protest with Pakistan over repeated drone intrusion attempts. The protest is said to be launched as per established standard operating procedure by the Indian Army to its counterparts. With the drone threats escalating, Indian forces along the border remains on high alert. The army sends out a clear message to the notorious Pakistan that any misadventure will be met with force.
Okay, viewers, we slip into a very short break, but at 2:30 p.m. we bring you the live updates from the Calcutta High Court, where a two-judge bench is all set to hear the Enforcement Directorate's petition against Mamata Banerjee. Stay with us.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the...
Calcutta High Court scheduled to hear ED's plea over Mamata's interference during IPAC raids shortly. Big defense boost for India. Defense Ministry likely to take up 3 lakh crore Rafale deal. BJP's Annamalai sends open offer to Vijay for a tie-up in Tamil Nadu, says must consolidate anti-DMK votes immediately. In a historic voyage, INSV Condinia, which departed from Porbandar on the 29th of December, reaches Muscat. Top Malaysian official confronted with questions on Zakir Naik, zero response received. As protests escalate in Iran, Trump warns of military action soon, calls transformation of Iran from democracy to hell. And all right, viewers, we straight away go across to the breaking news we are getting in right now. The Kolkata versus the case in the Calcutta High Court has begun. The hearing has begun. ED versus Mamata. The legal war is only blowing up now, and now what we are getting in is that the ED has moved Supreme Court, accusing the West Bengal government and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee of obstructing its search operations conducted at the offices of political consultancy IPAC and its director Pratik Jain in Kolkata as part of a money laundering probe linked to an alleged coal pilferage scam. Now the hearing has begun. The ED claims that state authorities interfered with the raid, removing key documents, electronic evidence and disrupting the investigation. In response, West Bengal has filed a caveat seeking to be heard before any court order, setting the stage for a high-stakes legal battle. So the caveat has been filed in the Supreme Court by Mamata Banerjee government. But this is the hearing that has started. My colleague Kisholay joins us live on the broadcast from Republic Bangla newsroom. Kisholay, tell us, update our viewers with the details and what do we expect in the court today as the hearing has just started?
The latest update is the hearing has started already in the High Court, and right now the hearing is happening as we speak. We know that last time the court had to be adjourned because of the chaos that happened, and the advocates are mentioning about that chaos right now as we speak. We know that the ED has submitted that last time the chaos was orchestrated by a section of the TMC legal cell workers and advocates. And there is a petition also by the ED where they are demanding, where they are seeking that all the evidences that were taken away by Mamata Banerjee herself should be returned back. On the other hand, the way in which a criminal conspiracy, in a way a criminal process, in a criminal way the investigation was interrupted by Mamata Banerjee herself and the police officials, in which she came, barged in, took away all the files and ran away with those files, is something that ED has been really shocked about, and they want those files and evidences back. While the hearing was happening last time in the High Court, in a WhatsApp group of the TMC legal cell, it was circulated, according to the ED, that they should come to the courtroom and create a chaos in order to stop this hearing. This time, preventive measures have been taken, including the fact that the hearing is happening in a closed door courtroom so that no outsiders can enter. Only the parties of the particular case will be there, are there right now as we speak, and it's also live streamed. I'm trying to get the updates about what the lawyers are saying.
Right. You know, we are just getting in some updates also. Yeah.
Kollan Banerjee is also pleading, and on the other hand, the ED official, the ED advocates are also pleading, and we can see that the case hearing has started as we speak. This is the fastest update about the case hearing, what's happening. The ED advocate is also talking about how the hearing was interrupted last time.
Yeah.
I'll be updating you with all the information.
Yes, Kishala. In fact, this ED versus Mamata Banerjee case has begun. The hearing has begun, and what we understand is that Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju has appeared for the ED, and he has submitted the central agency. He submits that the central agencies filed 2 petitions before the Supreme Court as well, and they've made the same prayers in the Supreme Court. So the matter will be, Kisholai, coming up in the Supreme Court. What we understand, as for what the Additional Solicitor General is also saying, the matter is likely to come up in the Supreme Court. Let this matter be adjourned and heavens are not going to fall. This is right now what we understand is being said by submitted by the ASG. Kisholai, many thanks. We will be coming back as the hearing progresses. And in the meantime, we get our viewers the other stories that we are tracking for you. In fact, viewers, there is a feat, a milestone that has been achieved by the historic voyage as far as the INS Concordia is concerned. Now that the ship has reached Muscat in Oman, and we are just getting you the visuals on the same. It's a historic 18-day voyage. And as you can see, this is the latest visual of that ship. The historic 18-day voyage of INSV Concordia, and you can see the visuals. That's another very important feat by the vessel, the Indian Navy sailing vessel, that's constructed using Soon ship technique. And this is the INSV Concordia. India taking a shot at reclaiming its maritime glory. It's a live floating historical voyage, and you can see that the crew on board right now posing. Concordia is a stitched ship built by stitching wooden planks with coir rope, and was part of Indian Ocean trade around the first millennium CE. And this was in late December when the ship left Porbandar. And now they have reached Muscat, and this is a journey that is symbolically retracing historical maritime routes that once connected India with the wider Indian Ocean area. So it's named for a semi-legendary mariner. Concordia is a stitched ship, a term referring to vessels built by stitching wooden planks together using a coir rope that formed part of the Indian Ocean traffic in and around the first millennium of the Common Era, as I mentioned. And the vessel's sails carry the Ganda Berunda, the royal emblem of the Kadambas, who once ruled over the Konkan. And it's built in Goa, and it's part of a government-led effort to revive traditional knowledge systems. And in fact, the initiative is driven by Sanjeev Sanyal, who's the member of Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister and the author of The Ocean of Churn, among other books. And when the ship departed from Porbandar, there were several senior political figures from Prime Minister Modi to BJP MP Tejasvi Surya who had marked this moment on social media. So everybody has been talking about this, and it's a very important milestone that has been now achieved as Indian diaspora also reached the Sultan Qaboos to welcome the crew. And that's the latest visual from Muscat, from Oman, and visuals of the same on your screens. So this is the latest update we have right now. It has a wide appeal, no doubt. It's an exercise in cultural diplomacy as well, as it's been seen. And it's a symbolic reconstruction from historical practice as well. And this is a revival of a rare craft tradition as well, built under the guidance of Master Shipwright Babu Shankaran, reviving the rare craft tradition long used along Indian coasts. So the crew of the stitched sailing vessel INSV Concordia reaching Muscat, the historic 18-day voyage completed, 18 days at sea. And in fact, Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal had also posted this image saying that he enjoyed the moment with skipper Vikas Sheoran and expedition in charge Hemant Kumar. And another crew member also posted about the sighting of Muscat. And in fact, also there were a lot of wishes pouring in for the crew. INSV Concordia, based on a 5th century CE ship, Common Era ship depicted in the paintings of Ajanta caves and skippered by Commander Vikas Sheoran. The 16-member crew of INSV Concordia reaching Muscat as planned. We will be slipping into a short break, viewers, but we'll continue to get you more updates on this, one of the top story that we are now tracking for you.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building President Trump himself leading from the front.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the
And fire broke out at BJP Rajya Sabha MP Ravi Shankar Prasad's residence today, early this morning, and 3 fire tenders were rushed to the spot when the fire broke out, when the call was made for firefighting, and this happened around 8 a.m. today, and the quick response team was rushed to the BJP MP's residence in the national capital. 3 fire tenders and forensic team had reached the location, and the fire was doused, and the cause of this fire is being investigated. Watch this report for more information.
At 8:05 a.m. this morning, a fire incident was reported at the official residence of BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad. 3 fire tenders immediately reached the spot and doused the fire. The Patna Sahib MP was not at his residence at the time of the incident.
पटना से बीजेपी के सांसद और पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री रविशंकर प्रसाद के दिल्ली स्थित आवास 21 मदर टेरेसा क्रेसेंट रोड पर आज सुबह तड़के करीब 8:05 पर दमकल विभाग को फोन आता है कि यहाँ पर एक आग लगने की घटना। उसके बाद दमकल विभाग की टीम यहाँ पर घर पर पहुँचती है और आग बुझाने का सिलसिला शुरू हो जाता है। बताया जा रहा है कि करीब आधे घंटे के अंदर इस आग पर काबू पा लिया गया। जिस तरीके से जानकारी मिलती है कि कमरे में एक बेड पर इस तरीके से आग की घटना की कॉल दमकल विभाग को मिलती है। उसके बाद पूरी तरीके से आग को बुझाने का काम शुरू किया जाता है और आधे घंटे के अंदर काबू पा लिया जाता है। हालांकि इस घटना में किसी भी तरीके से किसी को किसी प्रकार की हानि नहीं हुई, ये गनीमत की बात रही है। लेकिन हाई प्रोफाइल इलाके में हाई प्रोफाइल व्यक्ति के घर में इस तरीके से घटना को लेकर जो अमला है पूरी तरीके से हरकत में आ जाता है। पूरी तरीके से जो अमला और तुरंत ही कॉल मिलते ही पहुंचता है और आग पर काबू पाने के यहाँ पर प्रयास शुरू कर दिए जाते हैं। और अब जिस तरीके से सुरक्षा को लेकर अब यहाँ पर सवाल उठ रहा है और किस तरीके से आग लगी, इस घटना की पूरी तरीके से अब जांच की जा रही है। और कहा जा रहा है जिस तरीके से जो कॉल के दौरान बताया गया कि एक रूम में एक बेड पर इस तरीके से आग की घटना सामने आई है।
No casualties or injuries have been reported in this incident. Delhi Police Forensics team along with the fire officials are investigating the exact cause of the inferno.
And we shift our focus back to Calcutta High Court, where the ED versus Mamata case is right now underway. The ED's petition is being right now heard by the court, and Additional Solicitor General is right now appearing, S.V. Raju appearing for the Enforcement Directorate. They've sought the adjournment of the matter. They have filed 2 petitions before the Supreme Court as well. That's what they've mentioned. Meanwhile, the TMC says that the ED's petition is not maintainable, and ED says that the matter should be adjourned till the Supreme Court hears this case. While at the same time, you must remember that Mamata Banerjee has filed a caveat already in the Supreme Court for this case, seeking a fair hearing on Mamata government's side before this matter reaches, as she had anticipated, the ED will be moving the Supreme Court, which they did. So that's the breaking news we have right now. This is on the IPAC raids. ED seeks adjournment on the matter. And TMC meanwhile says that the data cannot be used against us. That's the breaking news we have right now. Hearing starts as Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju appears for ED. He submits the central agency has filed 2 petitions before the Supreme Court. And that's what Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju has said. And our Executive Head of Legal Affairs Rhythm is joining us on the broadcast. Rhythm, tell us more updates. What is happening in the court right now?
Just 15 minutes into the hearing, and we can already see the daggers being drawn between the ED and the state of West Bengal. Appearing for the TMC is here Menaka Guruswamy, senior advocate, who is now stating that they need to argue the case in the Calcutta High Court. Appearing for the ED, they are saying that these prayers are the same before the top court of the country, and therefore this matter should be adjourned because it's going to come up before the Supreme Court of India. Here both the court said on maintainability, let me hear the ASG. It is settled if the matter is coming up also before the Supreme Court, then I have to then see what has to be done. Senior Advocate Kalyan Bandopadhyay also opposes the adjournment request being made by the Enforcement Directorate. They have said that this is not right. ASG Raju questions the interim relief that the TMC is asking for. Remember, the main concern here is that they do, your lordship is, they are worried in what's going to happen. They are saying that this search, our privacy may be maintained. We live in a constitutional democracy. We have a right to privacy. Political ideology should be protected. Already before the Calcutta High Court, TMC's lawyer, Menaka Guruswamy, has started speaking. She's saying that our political data should be protected and not released. She's saying, I want to be very clear that this should happen and not be used in a political fashion. However, Justice Ghosh has told the TMC, let me first hear the Union of India because they want to argue on maintainability. ASG Raju is saying, you are cutting off my mic every moment I'm being muted. Somebody is playing mischief. He is saying, I'm challenging the maintainability. Let me hear him, is what Justice Ghosh is saying. It's very, very clear that in a very chaotic hearing that's happening in the Calcutta High Court, we are seeing that the council appearing for Trinamool Congress is challenging the maintainability of the plea. The ECI, the Council for the Union of India, says the ECI also has to be made a party to this case. Election is yet to be. Okay, that's another case that I'm talking about. But let's tell our viewers what's happening in this case. ET is saying that this case is going to come up in the Supreme Court. However, I want to tell our viewers the last time when this case was to be heard in the Calcutta High Court, there was so much ruckus that was created in the Calcutta High Court that Justice Surva Ghosh had to delay the hearing of this case. And at that time, there was now yesterday a decision taken that this entire case will only be there on video stream. Only the lawyers will be allowed to be present inside the courtroom. These kind of orders are very rarely passed. It's only when they believe that they will not be allowed to hear the case is when this happens. So today, when this case is coming up, on maintainability, yes, this is the same case that we are seeing, that a council is now saying that the Election Commission of India should be made a party in this case. The election is yet to be notified. The lawyer says this writ petition is in the respect of SIR. Search was conducted at somebody else's home. Writ petition can be filed by someone whose rights are infringed. What rights of the TMC are infringed? So, viewers, I just want to explain to you, in the last 15 minutes that the hearing has happened in the Calcutta High Court, first the TMC spoke, Menuka Guruswamy spoke and said they want to protect their data. We heard the Additional Solicitor General of India appearing for the central government say that this case should be adjourned because the top court of the country seized of the matter, this ED versus Additional Solicitor General of India, I beg your pardon, appearing for the Enforcement Directorate, say that this matter is going to be heard in this. He's representing the Union of India. He's saying that this matter is going to be heard in the Supreme Court. So it's best that this matter should not be taken up right now. And as this happens, his mic apparently, allegedly had been muted. So he said, why did that happen? However, both the counsels were making a point when a third person, a third lawyer, has got up and said that the search was conducted at someone else's house. The ECI should also be made a party. All these allegations and counter allegations will continue to be made. But at the very heart of this is what happened when when we saw scenes of the TMC and the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee storming to a raid that was being conducted by the ED. She stormed there and she seized certain papers which was stated to be wrong. Then she led a massive protest rally that was also a BJP rally. But what made Mamata so desperate to gate crash an ED raid is what has to also be seen. The ED immediately moved the Calcutta High Court. They had tried to mention the matter. They wanted it heard. They want protection from the police, whom they said was hand in glove with the government there. And in conversations across West Bengal, at roadsides, tea shops, public transports, the topic was doing the round. What made Mamata Banerjee so nervous, so desperate that she had to gate crash the ED raids and snatch the documents, a cell phone and a laptop? What was so secret, so crucial that the TMC had to hold protests not only in West Bengal but also in New Delhi? And we saw these protests happening. Now Mamata and her party insist the raid was done at the behest of the BJP, the Home Minister, to get details about Trinamool's strategies. But the bigger picture, really, controversies erupted is whether there was something there in those books that they wanted to hide. As we are speaking, this hearing continues in the Calcutta High Court. The writ petition, as I'm saying, is based on elections, is what the lawyer is saying. He's getting a hearing. Somebody's data is seized from someone's house. He says he should come forward. The respondent force should have filed a petition, the council says, referring to IPAC co-founder Pratik Jain. So all sides being heard, Rakshita, in the Calcutta High Court. Once there's an update, we go back to live updates on this hearing.
Absolutely. In fact, ED also says that Mike is being muted, with them. That is another point that has come to light, that ED in court says, sorry, state of affairs, even my mic is being muted. Meanwhile, it's about political data. Rhythm, if we can understand from you, when it comes to data, now they clearly had asked for files to be returned. And they say that the person whose property was searched, whose residence was searched, that person can raise a complaint. what business does Mamata Banerjee have to, file complaint against it? What business does government have, Because this is about files for investigation. So, I'm told, we'll just reconnect with Rhythm, but yes, we will continue to get you updates, viewers. Mamata government in court says that we want political data to be safe, and on the files stolen, Mamata government claims that they are only saving political data. They want political data to be safe. And and in fact, the council says that the writ petition is based on election. It does not talk about infringement of right. And if some data is seized at the IPAC office, how is it connected to petitioner? This is what has been argued by the council. And in fact, the council also said that search was conducted at somebody else's house, referring to IPAC. My colleague Shavan joins us to get us more. He's been tracking the ED in this case. And Shavan, well, clearly we see that ED is looking to adjourn the matter. At the same time, TMC says that this is political data that they are trying to keep safe.
Let me just take you through first the petition that has been filed by the West Bengal government and the counter to which has come in from the Enforcement Directorate. Why is it that the enforcement is looking at the matter being heard in the Supreme Court? Because remember, when this petition was actually filed before the Calcutta High Court and the matter wasn't really heard because of overcrowding in the courtroom, and thereafter there were immediate measures that were taken by the Enforcement Directorate here in the National Capital, writing an email to the Chief Justice in Calcutta. But there wasn't much of a response that has really come in. For the Enforcement Directorate, time is of essence right now because, importantly, it's about destruction of evidence. In the petition, Enforcement Directorate has leveled a direct allegation against the sitting Chief Minister. That is, that she entered the place where the searches were carried out. This was the search that was being carried out at IPAC co-founder Pratik Jain's residence. And the allegation was that the Chief Minister had taken away evidence that was indexed already. Not just that, there was also direct threats that were issued to the independent witnesses. Those are punch witnesses in this case. And they've recorded that the punch witnesses were told not to record anything and to leave the premises. Now, that was the direct allegation that has been leveled by the Enforcement Directorate against the sitting Chief Minister. As far as the West Bengal government is concerned, right from the beginning, when you've had the Chief Minister barging into the residence of Pratik Sira, where the searches were carried out, she said that this is, after all, the IT cell of Trinamool Congress, and there are party documents, and these party documents were being stolen by the centre. That's the allegation that is leveled by the Chief Minister against the Enforcement Directorate, which has been refuted by the agency by saying that this is an ongoing investigation. They're looking at funds that were being traced back to 2017 and 2018, looking at the cattle smuggling case in which they believe that proceeds of crime, roughly about over 80 crores have been under the scanner. In fact, as far as IPAC is concerned, they suspect that about 20 crore rupees as Hawala transaction that has taken place between Calcutta and Goa. And in fact, this happened during the Goa elections when IPAC was essentially the campaign manager of the Trinamool Congress.
Even the Council for Centre makes a case for the Election Commission of India to be made a party to this case. So what's really the context? What could be the role of ECI in this?
Well, in fact, as far as the West Bengal government is concerned, time and again, they've essentially said that the voter list and the campaign strategy is something that is looked after by IPAC itself. And they believe that there is a strategy that has been adopted by them that is going by every constituency and every district, which is being handled by IPAC itself. Their office is in Calcutta, and they've been operating, over the last couple of years. And as far as Trinamool Congress is concerned, they say that these documents were being stolen by the Enforcement Directorate at the behest of the centre. And the reason why the Election Commission really comes into the picture is basically to look into the violations that have essentially taken place. The Enforcement Directorate does not really care about the intervention of the Election Commission of India because this case is about money laundering. This case is about the alleged role of IPAC, whether at all they were involved in some sort of a Hawala transaction. That is a subject of investigation. The Enforcement Directorate hasn't come to any sort of a conclusion. But having said that, in the petition, they have made another sensational allegation, and the allegation is about Hawala transactions.
Right, in fact, we're also getting in live updates. Now, ASG Raju argues, he submits that record, if any seized was by Mamata Banerjee, she has taken possession illegally and committed an offence. Unless she is made party by TMC, plea is not maintainable. No records have been seized by the ED. So if the petition is filed by a stranger, kindly look into who the petitioner is.
Well, in fact, they've carried on with the argument by saying the search was conducted at somebody else's house. Writ petition can be filed by someone whose rights are infringed. What rights of Trinamool Congress is essentially infringed? And that's a question that everyone has been asking from day one. You have unprecedented images of a sitting chief minister going into the residence of a private company owner. And secondly, as far as whether at all they were handling the political affairs of the party itself, if that is the concern that the chief minister has, does